'cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave.
Morning Indoctrinated.
The Stone Zone with legendary Republican strategist and political icon and pundit Roger Stone. Stone has served as a senior campaign aide to 3 Republican presidents. He is a New York Times best-selling author and a longtime friend and advisor of President Donald Trump. As an outspoken libertarian, Stone has appeared on thousands of broadcasts, spoken at countless venues, and lectured before the prestigious Oxford Political Union and the Cambridge Union Society. Due to his 4+ decades in the political and cultural arena, Stone has become a pop culture icon. And now, here's your host, Roger Stone.
I'll be right back. I gotta grab something.
Welcome. I'm Roger Stone, and yes, you are in the Stone Zone. Well, because I've written 2 very well-received books on the deep state's role in the murder of John F. Kennedy, which included the active cooperation of the Secret Service, the FBI, the local law enforcement and the sheriff's office in Dallas, the Dallas police, the Central Intelligence Agency, and the Pentagon. And because I wrote The Myth of Russian Collusion, and saw how these same dark forces tried to remove Donald Trump in a coup. They also tried to impoverish him, bankrupt him, incarcerate him, and now they've tried to kill him. Joe Biden's leaving the race makes this very much like 1968. As LBJ was widely unpopular and dropped out, Biden has now dropped out. The Democratic Party is split, as they were in those days about Vietnam. They're split today about our policies and the conflict in the Middle East between Israel and Iran and the Gulf. They have, in the face of this, the greatest single political comeback in American history since that of Richard Nixon. Donald Trump seizing the Republican nomination to their surprise and now surging, so much so that I believe that there's far more about this attempted assassination. There's a lot of politics, but that's not what we're going to focus on today. Everything that's transpired in the last 4 or 5 days boggles the mind. Maybe as many as 11 shots. The Secret Service is aware of the guy they say is the shooter for 62 minutes, but Trump is not immediately evacuated from the scene. There are now acoustic comparisons that would indicate that there were probably more than one shooter, as Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin has disclosed. This fellow Crooks may in fact be a patsy. I don't believe anything the Secret Service says in their release in view of my experience with them. There are many good and decent individual Secret Service agents agents, both men and women, but the Secret Service now has also become politicized. A man who will know exactly how and
grab some
why
coffee.
this is happening is a patriot that I met in the struggle for freedom, someone I have unbridled admiration for. Not just his capabilities, but his patriotism and his selflessness. He joins me today with one of his colleagues. Greg Stenstrom will join us along with Colonel Timothy Schindler, who has actually done a great job in service to his country, but has never appeared in public or spoken in public or been interviewed before. Let me say that Greg Stenstrom has been an incredible patriot in terms of election integrity. That's how we met. He's the co-founder of Patriot Online, a digital privacy ecosystem and social media platform. He's also a security and fraud expert, the co-author of an amazing book, The Parallel Election, a Blueprint of Deception, which documented the massive fraud in Pennsylvania and elsewhere in 2020. He and election integrity activist Leah Hoops went to court against the machine, represented themselves, pro se because they couldn't afford expensive lawyers, but through Greg's skills and his technical knowledge, demonstrated without dispute hard evidence of election fraud in Pennsylvania. This is an extraordinary tale. So he is, I should also tell you his background. He is a veteran. He's a graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy, which is where he and Colonel Schindler met. They are both extraordinary gentlemen and patriots, but they have figured out who is really running America, and they can document it. Everything we're seeing unfolding is the results of this cabal. Gentlemen, let me welcome first Greg Stenstrom and Mr. Schindler, Colonel Schindler. Welcome to the Stone Zone.
Thank you, Roger. It's a pleasure to be here. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss who's running our nation and expose them here today in the Stone Zone. But I would like to start by saying that Leah Hoops is my co-patriot and co-defendant, and we've been in a foxhole together for quite a while. Today, Timothy Schindler, who's a colonel, retired U.S. Marine Corps, holds multiple master's degrees and a doctorate, and who's been a leading strategist for our military. Together, we've served for the last 40 years in the service of our country. And we were classmates together, as you said. We've been working together for quite a while now. And we started working fighting the massive election fraud that has been dramatically shaping our nation since the stolen November 2020 presidential election, and which we believe they intend to repeat in the upcoming November 2024 election. It's now a matter of judicial and public record that there was, in fact, massive election fraud that resulted in the installation of an illegitimate government and Joe Biden into the presidency. A primary architect of the massive election fraud here in Pennsylvania was Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, who, by the way, is now a leading candidate for vice president with Kamala Harris. Shapiro and Harris were actually campaigning together in Reading, Pennsylvania, the day of the assassination attempt on President Trump. And I also want to remind everyone here that governors of states, similar to heads of state of countries, Governor Shapiro was directly responsible for the outer ring of security, the outer ring at the Butler, PA rally. I've published 2 articles on the Intelligencer today regarding Governor Shapiro and the counsel that I urge people to read that provides details of these allegations. So with that, I'll back to you and Colonel Schindler.
Thank you very much, Greg. Look, I should have mentioned in my introduction that you served as a U.S. naval officer. You served in commanding and executive officer roles in special operations. That you hold, as I say, a graduate, your BS from the U.S. Naval Academy. But when it comes to the internet and mass communication You are just a brilliant individual, and you have really put yourself on the line. So I am, before I go to you, Tim, let me say that look, we have all believed that there's a ruling elite in America. You can call them the Bilderbergers, you can call them those who meet at the Bohemian Grove, the Trilateral Commission, certainly the Council on Foreign Relations. But in fact, our government is controlled by a group of unelected bureaucrats, and their allies in the Congress, their allies in the defense industry, their allies in the think tanks, their allies in the media. They killed Kennedy. They removed Richard Nixon, threatened to trim the power of the CIA, wanted to reorganize the national security apparatus to take away their power. They removed him in a silent coup. And we now know they tried to remove Donald Trump multiple times, most recently by trying to shoot him in the head. What we're seeing unfolding here demonstrates that everything you're about to reveal to us, Greg, is true. Tim, it's great to have you on the show. I want to welcome you to the Stone Zone. The main takeaway would be to people know that the government here is run by a small circle, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. And I don't believe, in a lot of the information or disinformation. And our job was to take a look at and explain exactly how is it created. And the main takeaway that we want people to know today is there actually is an intergovernmental conspiracy to shape the United States by an independent entity called the Council. And it's actually codified law, and it represents a new branch of government. It's actually a praetoriate oversight mechanism. These are people that have lifetime appointments. They're politically appointed, and they oust everyone, much like a judge, except there is no oversight. And they decide what will be investigated. They decide what will not be investigated. So every single American asks himself this question: how come nothing ever gets fixed? It's not a mistake. It's designed. And the elitist goal here is to citizens of the United States. It's painfully clear. We've been working for over 8 years, and we've assembled several whistleblowers who have fulfilled their duty to properly report wrongdoing to the inspectors general as is required by law. Yet the only thing that happens is they are punished, abused, and ultimately removed from government. It is an insult when things don't work, and it's a tragedy when public service fails. Thank you, Roger.
I think you are absolutely right. And right now, the ruling elite in this country, operating through the mechanism that you outlined, is a terrific piece online, folks. We're going to put it in the description for this show. You really should take a look at it, and I'll ask Greg to tell you where you can find it. This is a deep scholarship, but you will see that a small group of ruling elite are running our country, have infected all 3 branches of government. We realize now that the criminal justice system, in which we're supposed to have equal protection under law, has been weaponized to destroy people like General Flynn and myself. Greg Stenstrom and Leah Hoops have had the courage to fight that machine. What do you think here going forward? Why is the mainstream media not figured this out, Greg? You really, I think, nailed it. People, I don't understand their domination of both parties, the connection between the cabal, if you will, the council in this case, and the mainstream media and those in control of mass communications in the country. You have, I think, nailed it and exposed really who is running the country, who's making a decision to remove Joe Biden, who's making a decision to try to kill Donald Trump, who's making these decisions. I think there's a high probability, based on your research and this report, it's the council. Greg?
Correct. If you take Dr. Schindler, Colonel Schindler, we're classmates, so we call each other, other names. But his hypothesis
Other
has
names,
been they've been
what's
hiding
that?
in plain sight. If we just take the events of the past couple of weeks as an example, we have an assassination attempt on President Trump, and now the removal of Joe Biden from a second term, which I think he did reluctantly. We're waiting on proof of life. I understand from that they're looking for that today. But we just need to ask who could coordinate such events and who is now investigating, and just look at the trajectories of those cases and go down to the root. Essentially, the council, or the SIGI, and its arms in the FBI, the DHS, and the Secret Service, they've seized all related investigations, and they're essentially investigating themselves. If history teaches anything about such investigations, he'll go nowhere. And I think, Roger, you wrote a thoroughly researched book, The Man Who Killed Kennedy, is part of that history. And, I'd like to, get your comment on that and bat it back to Tim. And I got obviously more to say, but I'd like you to talk a little bit about The Man Who Killed Kennedy and the parallels you see here.
Is really quite extraordinary, Greg. You see the same kind of failure that can only be by design in 1963 on November 22nd. The manual for the Secret Service requires that all buildings within 300 yards of a presidential appearance, or even the president being in the vicinity, being at the location, must be searched and sealed. That was clearly not the case. We now learn that the building from which the president was shot at, we believe, actually housed a counter sniper team. They didn't hear this guy on the roof. We now know that a police officer confronted the would-be assassin, who may or may not be assassin. I have a chance to examine it thoroughly, but I don't trust any of these entities based on what you're outlining today. I agree with you regarding Josh Shapiro, who is vying in this vacuum here, in which Kamala does not have this nomination locked up. She's a prohibitive favorite. More than 50% of the delegates are non-white. About a third of the delegates are controlled by three powerful union bosses. And you notice that Barack Obama has not endorsed Kamala Harris. Joe Biden is furious when he's lucid, which is not very many hours a day, but he's apoplectic about the betrayal of Obama. He knows Obama. He knows Obama lined up George Clooney for his op-ed saying that Joe should throw in the towel. He knows that it was Obama who lined up Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and the Clintons for this particular hit. On the other hand, the Clinton then quickly endorsed Kamala because Hillary is maneuvering for that vice presidential nomination, an all-woman ticket. Think about it. Unrealistic. Never underestimate the evil and the bitterness of Hillary Clinton, who believes she was cheated out of the presidency. So, Tim, tell us a little bit more about the who, what, when, where, and why about the council, because I think you have found the mechanism under which our overlords have controlled the fate of America. Clearly a coup d'etat. The FBI director, the CIA director, those institutions deeply corrupted. Why are the Republicans in the first tell about the structure quickly, and then Greg, you might comment on why the Republicans in the House are not vigorously pursuing all of this.
From what we can tell right now, Roger, the actual beginnings of the council started as placing inspectors general to work on the integrity and efficiency of the different agencies of the federal government, specifically the executive branch. Now, what's interesting is that the council of the inspectors general on integrity and efficiency, it's actually in the executive branch, but it also controls the legislative branch. As we sit here today, there's legislation in the Senate to place the very first inspector general into Supreme Court, which would give them a control mechanism for the entire federal government. This didn't happen overnight. This originally started as an effectiveness and efficiency operation in the 70s, and it migrated itself and it morphed into a commissar control mechanism. Every single federal employee is required as a condition of their employment to report wrongdoing, and they report that wrongdoing to the inspectors general. And everyone knows that you do your duty and you protect the public's good. You had best not get in the way of the wealth extraction system. And that is exactly what we have. That's why no one is ever punished, that ever held accountable. And this is a classic example where we put a commissar system in. This process is called progressive social
what you're talking about,
reconstruction, and it's an actual undermining strategy to take the controls of an institution and collapse it. And that is exactly what we see. Right now, today, there is an alternative communication system, an alternative command and control system. And it all feeds into this entity that has been established in the executive branch by law. And it's referred to by law as the council, an independent entity, sui generis, which means unto itself, belonging to none, answering to no one. And it is so inconsistent with the American form of government. But this was a planned effort. And as I just said, if the Senate is successful, they will pass the legislation that will place the inspectors general into the legislative and judicial branches and have total governmental capture. Roger?
This is frightening. Greg, I know that you approached Congressman Jim Jordan of the House Judiciary Committee, I believe, with your startling findings. Where does that stand?
Well, it all goes down to we submitted a criminal disclosure disclosing evidence of massive election fraud and the obstruction of investigations and, frankly, a coup d'etat that was run by the council. We gave those to the House Judiciary Committee chairman, which is Congressman Jordan, over a year ago. We followed it up with correspondence. We also had he's had multiple congressmen and multiple friends of his that have approached him and demanded action, and he's remained silent. Similar, we filed criminal disclosures with the Pennsylvania Attorney General and Special Counsel Jack Smith regarding the criminal fraud and the election fraud that enabled now Governor Shapiro to be elected as first as Pennsylvania Attorney General, then as governor, and also in massive fraud. These have been disclosed and they've been left alone. And it really touches on your initial question, which is, why haven't Republicans done anything? And I think we can get personal here because what they do is their tool is fear, the fear of intimidation, the fear of retaliation. And basically, if you look at it from a strategic standpoint, it's called isolate, contain, and destroy. Now Tim and I, people like us, we fight as hard as we could overseas to give to other people what the council and their minions are now taking away from us at home. The primary job of a military officer is to give people courage. And it's really hard for people to do that. And we're going to need a lot more of it. Roger, you're one of the people this is deeply affected. And I think you're a perfect example of what the council does, in my opinion. And it's the Mutual Admiration Club. I think you're the greatest political strategist in history, and you were a key advisor to President Trump. The council had to take, and I think it would be better for you just to discuss a little bit of what they did. They took the president's primary political strategist, and they went after you, and they arrested you and took you out. And I'd like to say in your own words, because your personal experience mirrors why people aren't doing anything.
Well, Greg, I very much appreciate that. I think the council is behind these attacks on President Trump because I'm a 45-year friend and advisor to Donald Trump, probably among, if not the earliest people in the country among the earliest to urge him to launch a serious campaign for president. I was the target of a politically motivated and particularly vicious and calculated campaign orchestrated to either force me to testify falsely against my friend Trump, because when Mueller couldn't find any Russian collusion, he decided to try to manufacture it. I would not lie, as Michael Cohen has done. So that's vilified me to prison for 7 to 9 years when they had no proof of Russian collusion or WikiLeaks collaboration. They charged me in a process crime for lying under oath by voluntary testimony when no misstatement I made was even mildly relevant, meaning it didn't cover any underlying crime of any kind, meaning that I had no motive to lie, but it was a Soviet-style show trial, and I was prepared to be destroyed. They conducted a pre-dawn raid at my home. 29 fully SWAT-clad FBI agents brandishing M4 assault weapons stormed my home at 6 a.m. for a non-violent crime of allegedly lying under oath to Congress when they simply could have contacted my attorney. It was an extravaganza, of course, set up for the CNN cameras. The council, you have to understand, has their hooks deeply into big media. They're entirely wired based on my analysis of your piece. So let's go back to Tim. Where do we stand in terms of anyone looking at this? We know that they have people strategically placed throughout the government to leak false information.
Hey, did you get your card yet, Jerry?
Make real information disappear. Gentlemen, I'll throw this out to both of you. Do either one of you think we'll ever get to the truth of what happened just last Saturday home state of Pennsylvania? Will we ever know? We still don't know the full truth about JFK. There are still documents that are classified. We still don't know about the attempted assassination of Ronald Reagan. The government has actually never released their secret report by a task group to investigate the assassination headed by Vice President George Bush. Isn't that funny? So anyway, Greg, I'm going to throw back to you. Let's continue to lay this out.
Well, what I'd like to jump into just briefly and segue, because I do want to bring it up, is one of the most immediate threats is I believe that they're absolutely planning and they are prepared to steal the 2024 election. And that's the plan. Take out Trump, President Trump, take out Biden, craft and shape who they want to install into office, and then use the Electoral College Improvement Act of 2022, which most people don't know even happened. They changed the Electoral College Act in 2022. And one of the specifics is a catastrophic incident that the game changes. And I'm going to leave it to people to read that themselves. And I would like to talk a little bit about the election, but knowing that time is at a premium day, I think Tim, his strategy that he's developed is concerns whistleblowers and federal whistleblowers in terms of how we identify and expose them and how we get home. And I really like to turn this time over to him to talk a little bit about whistleblowers and how that will expose the council as part of an overall strategy.
Excellent idea. Colonel Schindler, you have the floor.
Should have came in a little.
For the last 8 years, we have been developing the necessary evidentiary base. That's the witness statements and the documentation that are necessary to substantiate allegations of criminal misconduct. Now, in the investigation business, it's important that if you have no evidentiary base, there's nothing to prove or disprove, which is why we never seem to see any evidentiary-based collection. We have the Government Accountability Office, which of course is responsible for handling audits and investigations on behalf of the Congress, but instead They use a polarized committee. And in this particular case, it was run by a former inspector general. And of course, we can't seem to find the evidence. The dog ate my homework. Nothing to see here. Let's all move on. We have hundreds of whistleblowers, federal employees who have done their duty to protect the American people and to report when the politicals do and perform misconduct. It's a fact. And we now are able to identify not only the individuals, the miscreants, the actors, but then identify what they have actually done. And these are the senior leaders of our government. It's not a mistake. It just didn't develop overnight. And there is a mutual agreement that will protect the wealth extraction system at all costs. A few federal laws will get some more, but we'll protect the system at all costs. The overarching concern, as you said, Roger, and this is what struck us as most serious, was that the very implements that they had put in to protect our government, fully acknowledging, as in Federalist Paper 51, if men were angels, there would be no reason for government. We've always had oversight, effective oversight that belongs to Congress. And somehow it's now morphed into an unelected group of bureaucrats, losers, and can investigate at any time. Members of Congress, the Senate, American civilian individuals, members of the government. This is a very dangerous trend, and it must be addressed immediately. And this is perhaps the most important part. Yes, we don't deal in
It happens to me
hypotheticals.
sometimes.
We have
too.
professionals, and we do the work that is necessary to bring the cases forward. Our greatest concern right now is that if Trump prevails, it will be necessary for him to win, but it's not sufficient. There must be a change, an immediate change in the
I think it's gonna
construct
matter.
of the higher orders of our government. The disloyalty must be identified, and the bureaucrat class must be put and be held accountable. There's no
And Dirty, I agree with you. The more you look into it, even the local cops were very complicit as to what went on there. They're all dirty.
choice, because if he cannot successfully govern, our republic is at risk. That is why we're here. That is why we did the work, why we reached Lindstrom. That is why we've reached out all of these whistleblowers. This is what's important. Americans have got to understand the greatest whistleblower is Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the whistleblower. He's blowing the whistle for the American public to recognize that there is something unhealthy in our governance construct. And he stood up and he's willing to change it. And we are willing to work with it, because we're not going to give what we fought for overseas. We're not going to give it away to some unelected bureaucrats so that they can control and run a wealth extraction system on the American public. And there isn't an American in this country that doesn't realize that we are spending hundreds of millions of dollars with no oversight. No one seems to know anything. It's unacceptable, and it's time for the American public to take back its country. We understand that. The Supreme Court has pulled forward and said they will no longer allow the administrative state to have some sort of kingship. Now, for the first time in over 40 years, the Supreme Court has allowed the American public to challenge the Administrative Procedures Act, meaning it is no longer okay for the government, the unelected civilian bureaucracy, to say we're not accountable to anyone. And that is exactly what we've experienced. People are getting a state paycheck, a local paycheck, paid for by the American public. They don't even respond. And they believe that because they don't respond, it somehow immunizes them against their responsibility. But that's not true. What we are witnessing is a total obstruction of governmental
He's
process.
reading.
And governmental process is
Looks like he's
federal
reading.
investigation. And that's the problem. And that is a charge. It should be put in force by the Attorney General of the United States of America. The FBI should be beginning criminal investigations necessary. We all understand the problems. And
Yeah,
Roger,
it's part of the problem.
you have suffered.
All of
Greg
these
has
three-letter
suffered.
agencies are-
Many good Americans have suffered, and their crime is they're trying to fix their democracy. And that's not a crime, that's a calling. And that's what we want to do, and that's what we are going to do. We can't allow these people to take our country.
Agreed. I think people need to understand that we are up against some very determined and extremely well-funded and powerful people who now have and abuse the full reins and powers of government to crush the opposition being the America First movement that Greg Stenstrom and I have worked so hard together to promote. They have now failed at their C plan. I predicted the assassination attempt against Donald Trump as early as 2018. They are confounded that he is on the cusp of winning the presidency. They didn't file any of these phony legal charges against him until the last year of Joe Biden's presidency. That's because they thought that a more malleable Governor Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley take him out and that he was finished. They underestimate the power of the grassroots America First movement. Trump is right when he calls it the greatest, largest movement in American history, and our determination to save this country. But Greg, you touched on this earlier, but we must go back to it because it's an area which I have extraordinary respect for you, and that is now that they have failed to kill him, there really is only two options. One, to try to kill him again. Alex Jones says that based on some of his Delta Force relationships and others close to Eric Prince, we are told the president has been given a professional assessment of his vulnerabilities. I pray that he takes some private security because I don't trust this Secret Service with a DEI director who, based on today's hearings, at a minimum is incompetent, can't answer any key questions. So many anomalies here that we could fill a show talking about them. But the election is the thing that I think most Americans are concerned of. That's how we get rid of Donald Trump. That's how we seat Kamala Harris or whoever will be the new puppet of the council. And I'm very worried about that process. You have lived it. I'm speaking about Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Minnesota, Nevada, where the Harry Reid machine is very adept at stealing votes, Utah, and other swing states. And we both know the Republican National Committee wasted 3 long years doing nothing legally or technically to improve our standing. Now the Trump campaign and some at the RNC are deeply involved in trying to make a credible effort under the law and using technology to ensure that the next elections will be free and fair. Whether that works or not remains to be seen. As you know, the greatest single avenue for fraud is mail-in ballots. The courts, the lower courts and the middle courts in Pennsylvania said mail-in ballots were clearly unconstitutional, only to have that overturned by the very liberal activist Pennsylvania Supreme Court. Believe me, in the city of Philadelphia, voter fraud has been developed as an art form by the labor liberal Democrat machine, and therefore Pennsylvania is very much a state up for grabs. Josh Shapiro is epically corrupt. He'll do whatever is necessary to steal the state if that becomes required. He's angling desperately to get on the ticket with Kamala. But some in the crowd, he said a woman of color who's not African American but Indian and Bahamian, and a Jew may be too much on a
Jew?
national ticket. I haven't made I have no opinion on that myself. But Greg, what can be done now? What are you and Leah Hoops, two people that I trust and who I know this waterfront? What are you doing to try to help ensure that the elections are free, fair, honest, and as transparent as possible?
Well, I think the first thing we have to do is define it as a math problem, and this is a math problem. The Democrats know this, and Republicans know this. There's 3,143 counties in the United States, 50 states, and everybody knows what a swing state is, but there are also within those swing states pivot counties that they must take. President Trump is going to win, just as he did in 2016, and just as he did in 2020. He's going to win probably as many as 2,700 of those 3,143 counties. So of the 400 some odd counties left that whoever the opposing candidate is must take, there's only about 2 or 3 dozen specific counties they need to focus on. And that's it. What they did in 2020 is they implemented centralized counties. They implement no excuse mail-in ballots. Now, mail-in ballots are what they use right now, and that's the primary vector for election fraud. I think a lot of people who are listening to the show may believe that illegal aliens and dead people that don't vote are the problem. They're not the problem. Someone else votes for them. The cognitive dissonance that we have to overcome and people in the country have to overcome is that when they cast a vote, we have to make sure they actually count that vote. So we're beyond the stage where we can really get them to clean the vote, or we can actually stop false registrations and so forth. Where we are now is we have to stop where the mail-in ballots are ingested. The mail-in ballot applications. Now, but Elon, a lot of people I've used, what he's committed $45 million per month, I believe, is to challenging illegal mail-in ballot applications. So the law says that no matter, you can register your dog, your cat, your pet turtle to vote. The alien can register to vote.
Yes.
But they must verify that person's a qualified elector before they send out a mail-in ballot. And to do that, they have to receive a mail-in ballot application. That's what we have to challenge. Now, it's generally in our state, it's $10 to challenge each one of them. Now, our goal isn't to prevent people from voting legally. Our goal is to make sure that illegal ballots aren't able to even get into the counting centers. So what we really need is people need to know that we need 90% turnout. We need people to vote. And what we're going to do is we're going to protect their vote at the ballot box. We've created tools to challenge mail-in ballots. We have video tools that are going to be observing the election centralized counting centers. We have submitted federal suits to eliminate the election machines, which are vulnerable to hacking, to eliminate mail-in ballots from being counted in these centralized counting centers. We're not saying we're not going to count them. We want them brought back from the centralized counting centers to the precincts and go back to mountains for over 200 years, which is by hand. With 428 precincts, for example, in Delaware County, 2,140 election workers that man those 428 centers. And then we have people that are poll watchers, authorized representatives, and the candidates to watch over them. What we're saying is to take the people who said, "Oh, trust us, we'll count your vote for you." And what we're saying is return the vote back to the people, back to the decentralized precincts, and put it in the hands of several thousand citizens per county to get it right this time, instead of leaving it in the hands of a few bureaucratic administrators. That's how I think we stop the steal. We've done all the work for that. We've submitted the lawsuits, and we're well on our way. And I think that like you said, it can comprise an entire show, and I appreciate the minute to rant a little
Good
bit. I
stuff.
think it was
60
more
milligram.
important to talk about the council today.
Is that the
But
pill form or
I
the
did
injectable?
want to say that we're in there. We're in the fight. We're filing lawsuits. We're filing disclosures. We're in the fight, and we're going to make them pay for every piece of ground that they take, and we're going to take some ground back ourselves.
We got plenty of time. We're going to touch on the council again because I have a few more questions. But I think you two patriots have done yeoman work here. Greg, where can people go read the fruits of your research? What's the best website?
Well, I think that to start with, I'd like people to go to the to parallelelection.com. Parallelelection.com. We'll leave it to your Google and your spell checks to get that. PARALLEL election.com. We wrote a book called The Parallel Election, A Blueprint in Deception. We laid out not just what happened in Delaware County, but what happened in all of the counties that they went after. And I'm going to bring some of the names up that will seem familiar to people. The centralized counting centers in the targeted counties, which are part of the math problem, included Philadelphia, Delaware County, Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh, in Pennsylvania. They targeted Maricopa County and Pima County in Arizona, Wayne County and Antrim County in Michigan, Cobb County and Fulton County in Georgia. Now, I don't need to go on to basically what is clear is that they are using a math problem, and they targeted specific counties and specific places that need to take to subvert our national elections. That's where the battle lines are. That's where we fight them. So if you go to the parallelelection.com, we explain that in the book. The other thing is you can go to www.patriot.online. Not patriot.com or patriot.net. It's www.patriot.online. We have resources there. It's a social media platform. You can see videos. You can see the court cases. There's a donate button there that I appreciate people clicking on. We could use your support in that manner. And I think those two places are the primary places I'd like to send them. Leah Hoops has got quite a following, growing.
What the fuck happened here? Screen just reset. Deep State got me.
Quite a following, growing following on Twitter and elsewhere that I think that people will be able to find those links as well.
Took me out.
So that's going to be where the articles are connected for the Intelligencer.today. In the Intelligencer.today, I wrote an article on Shapiro and his wrongdoings. And I wrote a long article on the council filled with photos, filled with references that people can go to for more information on the topics we're talking about here today.
It's telling me to stop, but I'm aiming for the top. The stars are shining in my sight. I'll keep pushing through the night. I'm rising high, no turning back. With every beat, I'm on the track. Obstacles fall like fate. In dreams, in this journey, nothing's as it seems. Pleasure with strings and bass, the strings of grace. Through the storms and through the fire, I find strength down every wall. Every struggle, every tear makes me stronger, crystal clear.
We fixed it.
Now I stand over you, born anew, with a melody in my heart. This is where my dreams will start. I'm rising high, no turning back. With every beat, I'm on the track. Obstacles fall like fading dreams. In this journey, nothing's as it seems. Hear the call, time to break down every wall. Obstacles fall like fading dreams.
Russian 001 Chico. A fresh track named The Acoustic Nights is ready to hit the speakers. It's in the queue and it's going to be lit. Version 001 Jukebox. Heads up, music lovers. Just finished a track titled Midnight Vibes. It's in the queue and it's about to light on 001 Jukebox. Hold tight. Just picked up an epic track called Summer Nights Unplugged. It's queued and ready to launch. Get ready for liftoff.
Obstacles fall like fading dreams, and this journey, nothing's as it seems.
Maiden day. Fighting all night and day.
I get shot down, but I get up again. You'll never keep my gun down. I get shot down, but I get up again. You'll never keep my gun down. I get shot down, but I get up again. You'll never keep my gun down. I get shot down, but I get up again. You'll never keep my gun down.
Fuck from a one-hit wonder, Mug Club, not like Chumbawamba, does great work. You should consider joining butterwithutter.com/Mug Club. We get back up, don't we, folks, with our mugs. We hold them high. Dub thumper.
Jeez.
Guys didn't put the,
That was an abrupt.
guys didn't put the fade on the end.
Guys didn't put the fade on it. Somebody be on the so, really glad.
Job is fading.
Your life is fading. Somebody's gonna catch the unemployment fade.
It was my fault.
It's okay. No one cares. Hey, I care about you. Cancel this paycheck.
Okay,
Now,
done.
but if you're wondering, hey, what we actually over the break just released our first major billboard campaign. Starts in Dallas, Texas. You can go see the Build the Wall, Change My Mind. It's actually Live Oak Street, the corner of Live Oak Street and North Olive Street, or N Olive Street is what your GPS, your cocky GPS will tell you. So if you post a selfie of your selfie, that's redundant. Post a selfie or have someone else take a picture of you. Send in your videos or your pictures and post it. Hashtag Build the Wall. Going to be some prizes in there for you. What? What just happened?
Can we fire Tim too?
What just happened?
I hit the claim.
Hit the claim. Well, I guess technically it's a claim.
It's a claim, but I meant put that.
You'll get a free Mug Club subscription. Go put a picture up with yourself in front of the wall. All right.
You will be making the unemployment claim. By the way, make sure that we fire him with cause so that he can't make it.
Yeah.
I'm recording this.
Just broke the internet, and we said, and we were tolerant, but we can't tolerate it anymore.
And it was a male intern.
I don't know. Yeah,
weird.
Exactly. So I wouldn't expect. All right. Is everyone settled in?
Yes.
Are we pros?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So to get to, it looks like Kamala Harris is going to be the candidate. It's looking increasingly as though that is a possibility because she obviously is securing the delegates, all those super delegates. And she gave her first speech yesterday, which is really weird. There was a recording of Joe Biden calling in, kind of. We didn't really see it. The feed doesn't work. And their feed, by the way, we'll be fact checking it. She made a bunch of claims about former Vice President Joe Biden, which are false. She made a bunch of claims about Donald Trump, which are false. Of course, all the references available to you, link in the description, or go to louderwithcreditor.com. And of course, the head of the Secret Service, Cheetle, with a T, wrote yesterday. We have the highlights for you, as well as kind of the need to know. I think the key issue here is that there were additional security requests that were denied from the Trump team, the Trump campaign. She tried to wiggle out and say, not for this one exactly, not for this event specifically. Also, we couldn't possibly be expected to protect the presidential nominee because there was a sloped roof.
Be careful of the slopes.
Picture this level of ineptitude anywhere outside of the federal government. That's my question for you today. Where else do people get to perform their job this poorly and maintain it? Would it work at your company if kind of the one thing you were tasked with doing, you didn't? I'm old-fashioned that way. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube at some point today, you will likely see this. Head on over to Rumble, because what are you doing watching on YouTube? Anyway, we're not going to be self-censoring on YouTube. So, sometimes we know we got to go to Rumble. Number 2, CEO Captain Morgan, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. I think I have an ear thing because I keep feeling like my ears are just like I'm getting my voice back real loud to myself.
It's the headphones that you have on?
Is it my headphones?
That's what puts the sound back. Okay.
I'm trying to think if I put you in employment.
I mean, theoretically, I'd have to do it to myself.
And when you hear this, you know him, you love him. You can go and see him July 28th at the Dallas Comedy Club. See all of his dates at jfirestein.com. Josh, how are you?
Good. Not a lot of dates on the website, but I'm looking for a lovely lady or man to set some with me.
What?
Nice.
To what? To go for walks on the beach?
No. To hire me to do your...
Oh, okay.
Bar mitzvahs.
I do kids' parties, bar mitzvahs.
Yeah,
do
that's true.
weddings. Yeah.
You do a great duo act with Will I Am.
I am Will.
Yes.
It's a bad duo.
He does a lot of the DJing. I don't know where that's spoken. So, look, for Kamala Harris' speech, okay, I need to address something really quickly. There's a lot of speculation out there. Some people are saying that they can confirm that Joe Biden is dead. We're not going to be doing that, okay? We're not going to be making claims that are completely unsubstantiated. I'm not going to say that it's outside the realm of possibility. Have you looked at actuary tables? So, that being said, the White House is not doing a good job at sort of addressing these concerns. For example, just yesterday, a world leader showed up to D.C. and there were no White House officials to meet him.
That's the stand-in for him.
That's Kevin O'Leary. The burden of proof is it sits straight.
How could you tell? How would you be able to tell if he had a TA?
Explain what's going on.
There you go.
You need to explain what's going on. You cannot keep people in and expect them to act. And there are plenty of people who I will say are acting in an entirely unreasonable fashion. But that's where we are. All right, let's go to Kamala Harris. Want to go to this speech?
Yeah, really quickly. Kamala didn't need to leave to go do a speech that we're about to talk about so badly that she would snub the world leader. Maybe stay there and do your job while Joseph Biden is actually alive somewhere else. Just stay there and do that.
Why do you have to?
I said potentially.
Why do you have to imply that?
No. But it's most likely.
It was weird though. Like it felt like you have a Super Bowl party and then you let your kids answer the door.
Yeah.
Like, man, I thought I was going to a party, not a friggin'
right. But why do you have to imply that he's assuming room temperature? Why do you have to imply that maybe they're
I
crafting
said
a hologram
most
that can
likely,
serve out his last several months?
A
You
lot.
don't need to imply that they have a body double.
Most likely.
I don't like the implication that he's clearly dead and they're trying his corpse.
50.01%
it.
chance.
Do they have a Joe C or Joe B?
I don't like the implication that he's dead and Joe Biden is pulling the strings. I don't say that he's dead and that Barack Obama is licking his chops. Stop it. You're better than that. You're better than that. Now,
how dare you?
Kamala.
Hey, baby.
Yeah.
Hey.
We were hanging out in a parking lot.
Yeah, we were right behind the Dairy Queen. I gave her a blizzard, that's for sure.
Hey. You mean you turned her upside down and nothing came out?
Yeah, nothing came out. I was hoping to get my money back. I was hoping a wig would fall off or
she gave her first speech since former Vice President Biden officially dropped out. And according to you, how do you think this goes? Do you think that Kamala, I'm not going to keep saying Kamala because I prefer to say it that way. Do you think that she's a more difficult candidate? Do you think that she's a more formidable candidate? How are you feeling about the prospects of Donald Trump winning right now? Comment below. Her speech yesterday, which is very awkward, and I warn you, the feed was bad, period, from the local news source. So please hold your chats. Had kind of three main sort of, I guess, it was a three-pronged approach. Let's go with that. She first off talked about how she was like receiving Biden's blessing, all that stuff. Okay. Then she made a bunch of claims about former Vice President Biden's record. False. And then she made a bunch of claims regarding President Trump's record. I don't think it's ever been more clear that they don't have a leg to stand on, and so they're just going to lie. So let's go through this. But before we go through her speech, we do have former President Biden's weird and quite discussed cameo.
We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe.
Sorry, right clip. But I don't understand how she hasn't been to. I mean, it's first off, it's a horrible answer.
It is.
Second, how has she not been to Europe? I mean, she's vice president. So is she lying? In which case, why?
Why was that like from me?
I've been to the moon.
Yeah, the follow-up should have been like, okay, that's not. Wait, you haven't been to Europe?
Yeah.
You're vice president.
And I'm also not qualified for the job.
Yeah. Okay.
Details.
All right, clip it. Run it on social. Okay. That was the wrong clip. The right clip. Here's the other right clip.
We love Joe and Jill. We really do. They truly are like family to us. And we do. Everybody here does.
It's mutual.
I knew you were still there. You're not going anywhere, though.
I'm watching you, kid. I'm watching you, kid. I love you.
I love you, Joe. Joe, are you watching? You hear this clap? Can you see it?
I'm watching. I'm watching.
We love you.
You're the best, kid.
There is still more work to do, and our nation will continue to praise his bold and visionary leadership as president. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
And it is my great honor to have Joe's endorsement in this race.
You sure do.
Now, to be clear, the feed, that's the original feed. I don't know why it was so grainy. They had some technical issues, nothing like working it out before the first major speech. And I know it sounds, some people said it's AI Joe. You know, Kamala slipped up and at one point mentioned that he may be a recording, but it's easy to get confused, discombobulated, because he wasn't actually talking to her.
I'm watching you, kid. I'm watching you, kid. I love you.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense, I guess.
That's the first proof of life we've seen from him in a while.
Well, he loves kids.
Put a kid around him and he'll be drawn out.
Netanyahu's like, that's why he missed me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep, I get it.
It's like they just put kids on a windowsill like a pie with Yogi Bear. He just. I smell some underage biscuits.
Oh.
More suspiciously, this is actually how the call recording, however you want to put it, with Joe started.
It is so good to hear our president's voice. Joe, I know you're still on the call, and we've been talking every day.
And the oh crap!
Ha! Hit play!
Hurry!
All right. So everyone's talking about that because it's fun. It's weird. This whole campaign is really just a cluster screw of the highest order. But let's get to the claims that were made, and this is not unpredictable. We kind of knew this was coming. There's nothing new. These are the tired old claims. They're just trotting out that the Biden administration tried to use. Let's go through the first claim here, and we'll rebut them one by one. That former Vice President Biden got COVID under control.
Joe got the COVID-19 pandemic under control. Remember those days?
Truth. We don't need to remember them because they're very recent, and far more COVID deaths took place under Biden than under Donald Trump. 750,000 under Biden compared to 443,000 under Trump.
Wow. He also can't keep his own COVID under control.
Right. Yeah.
So 3 times he's been in office. 3 times in 3 years, not showing up.
You take Paxlovid like M&Ms.
Yes, I remember the mask mandates, the injection mandates, losing your job if you didn't get a shot. Yeah, I remember all of that. Thanks, Joe.
Well, more deaths. So in other words, it doesn't matter what he did, and he came in at what was supposed to be the tail end of it. He came in, we already had the mRNA injections. He came in when COVID was on a downtrend, and there were still more deaths overall under Biden than Donald Trump. Assuming you believe the death totals and take them at face value, I understand that's another conversation. Here's another truth. They not only had a higher death, but Democrats, Biden, extended the lockdowns and killed the economy. And just to be clear, when people become incredibly poor, when people lose their business, when people aren't able to heat or cool their houses, people also kill themselves. People have a mental health crisis. There were 200,000 businesses permanently closed. Wars have been fought over less, just to be clear. Today, your business is closed. Just picture that as your plot of land, your 50, your 100 acres back in the day, and someone coming in and taking it from you by force. People fought. We've kind of removed ourselves from that. Inflation, by the way, food energy, it's up 20% since former Vice President Biden took office. So more deaths, more businesses shut down, worse inflation. It's a four-decade high. Let's go to another claim from have I addressed it? No?
I think it's pretty addressed.
Okay. I saw you doing this, tool manager, something. You were like, what?
No.
What?
That's
You were going, what?
nothing yet.
He was still holding up the inflation.
Yeah. So I didn't know what he was
1%
doing.
heavier. He used to be up here.
He's dancing.
Okay. That's gross.
No, that's gross.
No, that's hot. That is hot. That's one heel for me.
Tell that to Willie Brown. I love his defense. She was sleeping with him. They're like, are you having an affair with Kamala? He's like, sounds like. I got lots of side pieces. What you want?
I sleep with lots of bitches.
Yeah, he didn't even deny it. He was like, I don't know. She's one of many.
He just winks.
I mean, I didn't say she's like my favorite. So the claim that she makes here is that former Vice President Biden, and we knew they would make this, it's Bidenomics again, he created 15 million jobs.
He has created more than 15 million new jobs. He brought together Republicans and Democrats and passed historic legislation.
So here's the truth. Keyword there being new jobs, because 2/3 of the 15 million jobs were actually just jobs recovered from the pandemic. Of course, not including the 100,000 businesses and the jobs lost therein. So 2/3 of them were recovered from the COVID pandemic. Now, here's what's so scary is that all net new jobs created under Biden went to foreign-born workers. Jeez. 5 million foreign-born workers. Wow. And 25% of the new jobs are just government jobs. 3 times more, by the way, than President Trump. This is important to note because this is what happened with Barack Obama when they tried to say, oh, he brought unemployment down, right? He just passed the biggest spending bills ever. Yeah. And you can consider it, okay, 70,000 new IRS employees. Are those real jobs? Are those jobs being created by the economy? No, those are people who are being installed into a job that's not needed. As a matter of fact, we need fewer IRS workers. You can just make things less efficient in the federal government and increase jobs. Hey, when they're doing, rather than using any type of modern machinery, use a shovel. Better yet, use a spoon. You now need 25 times the amount of people to get the job done. That is what our government does. It's called baseline budgeting. You never go back once you've increased it. It's not efficient. It's not a real job. They shut down businesses, which lost the economy jobs that were actually taking place between 2 voluntary parties in order to inflate the size of the federal government and by force install 70,000 new IRS employees. And as it relates to the net new jobs that weren't recovered during COVID, 5 each went to foreign-born workers. Almost all of them. All net new jobs. Foreign-born. Why? Isn't that terrifying? By the way, the number to compare jobs, net new jobs going to foreign-born workers from former Vice President Biden versus Donald Trump, 5,400,000. 5,400,000. Who's looking out for you, even if you don't like either of them?
I've been told that all these jobs that foreigners are taking are jobs Americans don't want to do.
Right.
Is that 5 million jobs Americans don't want to do?
Right.
I don't think so.
Yeah. No.
I don't think there's that. I mean, no offense, guys. I might take one of those jobs if there are.
Whoa. Well, you know.
No, I don't know how to do. I don't know how to work chips. But let's be honest, we know what they're doing.
They always, and then they say that you're the party of racism. It's like, well, they're taking the jobs because Americans won't do janitor jobs. Americans won't work the farms. Well, first off, that's not true. And second, those aren't the only jobs that foreign-born workers can work either. None of what you have just said is correct.
Yeah. Also, it bears repeating. When you let about 10 million people into the country illegally during your term, it also doesn't matter.
Right.
Yeah. You're going to need a lot more jobs if you keep doing that.
Yep. That's a good point. Who's looking out for you? Okay, here's another claim that she makes. This one's a little bit more broad because they are scraping the bottom of the barrel at a certain point. So this one is Joe Biden stood up for democracy.
Joe has stood up for democracy at home, and he has stood up for democracy abroad, and he has always stood up for what he believes is right.
Sometimes.
Sorry, I thought there was more to that point. I thought I had time to take a sip.
No, there's nothing.
Here's the truth. No. Joe Biden's a tyrant. He's very, I would say, certainly more of a tyrant than the man they've accused of being a tyrant. He weaponized the Justice Department.
Mm-hmm.
His administration colluded with big tech to completely censor speech, which now has been proven correct. Keep in mind, some of that speech was regarding the mRNA vaccines. Some of that speech was regarding the idea that COVID could have leaked from a lab. The administration, the White House, colluded with Google, YouTube, Facebook, big tech to remove that speech. He unilaterally forgave student loans, and he even admitted that a lot of his policies were in flagrant violation of the Constitution.
Says that it's not likely to pass constitutional muster. But at a minimum, by the time it gets litigated, it will probably give some additional time while we're getting that $25 million out to people who are, in fact, behind in the rent.
I'm going to miss the value of a demented old circus monkey saying the quiet part out loud.
Yeah, I know. Never has our job been easier to do any investigative research. He just says it.
Yeah.
Like, that's on camera.
Like usually we have to say this is unconstitutional,
Yes.
and they are, but he's just like, yeah, it's unconstitutional.
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of jokes like what kind of crazy thing would he say? Oh, he said it.
He just did it.
Damn.
He just said it.
All right, I guess I got to come up with something crazy.
This is real. And by the way, the government didn't just censor speech. The government went to the Supreme Court to argue so that they could continue to censor speech.
Yes.
They didn't just do it and hide it and hope they didn't get caught. When they got caught, they fought to keep doing it.
Hey, he fought for democracy.
No.
He fought for democracy by waiting until the last second on his Longshanks deathbed to withdraw so he's not having a vote, unburdened by the votes of people.
How many of the 14.5 million people voted for Harris to be the president on the ticket? I'm just curious.
I'm going to show you what I can be, unburdened.
That's a zero.
By facts.
That's a zero. Okay, got it. Just making sure.
Let's go to her claims about Donald Trump. Because there's not much. This is how you know there's not much of a record. Their platform, comment below. The only platform I see from the left is not Trump. That's really all I see is Trump bad. Trump bad, therefore vote for us. It's just a situation. So she's the attack on Trump here with like this weird rundown of her career that kind of surprisingly, as opposed to her, made the crowd cackle.
You know, as many of you know, before I was elected as vice president, before I was elected as United States Senator, I was the elected Attorney General, as I've mentioned, of California. Before that, I was a courtroom prosecutor. In those roles, I took on perpetrators of all kinds.
She has a strong base.
Must be white ladies laughing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure of it.
They could be South Asian and or black and or white, depending on what they want to use at that point in time.
Maybe.
So here's some claims that she made specifically about Donald Trump. And again, it's all the personal attacks. She's not really making a lot of substantial policy attacks. She just said that Donald Trump was found liable for sexual abuse or something.
As a young prosecutor, when I was in the Alameda County District Attorney's Office in California, I specialized in cases involving sexual abuse. Donald Trump was found liable by a jury for committing sexual abuse.
Well, you abuse the system through sex.
Well, it's
just different.
It's a little
tomato to whore.
Whoa, hold on, really quick. We have to break in. Secret Service director resigns after Trump assassination.
Oh, I thought it was a Just for Men commercial. Let's see.
Demanded answers about the security lapses that led to
Squidward. That's who that is.
Of former President Donald Trump on July 18. Of course, they
The
were
only thing about
frustrated.
this resignation is now they can say, we fixed it. And no investigation is going to happen.
When Cheeto really refused to give any sort of detail about the investigation so far has turned up as far as the U.S. Secret Service's role in those security lapses. Cheeto did take full responsibility for the failures that day during yesterday's hearing, calling it a colossal failure on the part of the U.S. Secret
Here's the
Service
problem.
and on her
She's a patsy. Everyone involved needs to be fired, and
Okay.
every single diversity hire needs to be sent back to the hellscape from which they came.
And they need to have a high detectee.
Yes.
Can't have a 5'6" guarding a 6'4". It just won't work.
That's a good start.
I just think there,
as a
that's
general
gotta be the
rule.
line.
It's not
Okay?
sexist. It's just a size game.
Yeah, I can't crouch.
Which was also Kamala's nickname in high school. Now,
Well, I was clear. The resignation has nothing to do with the assassination attempt.
no.
She's got a really good job with Garda.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
She got
She wants to spend more time with her family, you know.
she got a high-ranking job at Garda. She
Yes.
said, you know what? This Secret Service business is not for me.
It's not for me.
Not for me.
I want to go somewhere else
I
and
want-
also not protect them.
I want public service.
Yes.
Also not. Yeah.
So we'll go back to this because again, it's just, you know what I would just love? You know what I would love? If someone just, Joe, because yesterday, I don't know, I'll get back to you. If someone just sat down, faced the music and said, yeah, you know what? I screwed up. I really shouldn't be here. You know what? I'm going to go. I quit. I resign.
Yeah, done.
And just leave. But they're always like, I am not resigning. This is a failure. I will get to the bottom of it. Joe Biden, no, me. And you know that they know they're lying. Just tell the truth in the moment. Like, look, we have to figure it out. We have to iron out some details. I suck. It's not lost on me. You don't want me to be the candidate, or you don't want me to be the head of Secret Service. I get it. We're just going to figure out the transition. I hear you loud and clear. I did bad and I should feel bad. And I do. Instead, they lie to you, and then it just happens later on, which we all knew was going to happen. All right. So, Kamala, do we need to rerun that clip since we cut away where she said he was found?
Sure, let's do it.
Here's the claim again, because this is a funny one. Something liable for sexual abuse.
As a young prosecutor, when I was in the Alameda County District Attorney's Office in California, I specialized in cases involving sexual abuse. Donald Trump was found liable by a jury for committing sexual abuse.
Okay, here's the truth. All right. New York specifically passed a law to allow E. Jean Carroll to sue Trump. Okay? They actually changed the law. This is when we talk about the weaponizing of the justice system. Now, do we know for a fact that Donald Trump, never told her something like, hey, but we do know beyond not a reasonable doubt, we do know beyond any shadow of a doubt that E. Jean Carroll is an insane person who thinks rape is sexy. Which
I think of rape as it is a violent assault. It is not.
I think most people think of rape as being sexy.
Let's take a short break.
Think of the fantasies.
We're going to take a quick break. If you can check on, we'll talk more. Yeah.
You're fascinating to talk to.
That should have been like this.
Oh,
The judge should have been like,
case dismissed. Okay.
It's like she doesn't
Wow.
know Anderson Cooper. Like, don't you think rape is sexy?
That's like a Christopher. What's the name of the blonde actress from Glee?
Jane Lynch.
That's like a Jane Lynch character. Someone completely unaware of social norms. You're interesting, and he turns into Vince Vaughn in about 30 seconds. Like, okay, I think most people actually like we're gonna take a break. You're fascinating.
Take a short.
I don't like where this is going. I don't like where your head is. I think I'm gonna go to a break, and you'll probably be gone. Also, in case that's not enough, in case you didn't see from the crazy guys, I've met 3 ladies in my life with these guys. You know their names. Her
I
dog.
think you know a little bit more.
Her dog was named Vagina.
I had a picture taken years ago with her and her husband, nice guy, John Johnson. He was a
Nice guy.
newscaster, very nice man. She called him an ape. Happens to be African American. Called him an ape. The judge wouldn't allow us to put that in. Her dog or her cat was named Vagina.
Vagina. So funny.
It's like a public opinion. Like, sir, she's accusing you of rape. I'll point out she called a black man an ape. And her dog's called Pussy.
Hey, pussy.
Checkmate. And it is.
It really would be. By the way,
take kind of a walk. My vagina needs some air.
My vagina needs to potty.
Sorry, I forgot to feed my vagina today.
Don't forget to give vagina the pills.
Hey, can you watch my vagina this weekend?
No, I'm busy.
Vagina washer.
Vagina peed on the floor again.
Every time.
I'm always doing that.
Every time. But was there any evidence presented against Donald Trump other than she said it?
No. And just to be
Okay.
clear, the lawsuit was funded by billionaire Democratic donor Reid Hoffman, and the Trump attorneys were forbidden to inquire about the department store security footage. So there was security footage there where she's like, he grabbed me and he's like, I would never touch her. Her dog's name Vagina. And then
check the vagina cam.
Yeah, yes.
Put a camera on the top.
Yes. Well, that's what I'm saying that because like her character, her matters. So
but they changed the law
And
so
not
that
a
she could
new
sue.
thing.
No, but that shows you how paper thin the claims are from Kamala Harris. Here's another claim that she made, and I'm always kind of surprised that they make claims like this, considering they waffle on this, because they have to kind of acknowledge inflation and that Americans sort of need gas to get going, the cost of goods and services, but then they also want to vilify big oil. So she made the claim that Trump traded favors to big oil, and she even cited a number, $1 billion. See if you can spot the lie.
As district attorney to go after polluters, I created one of the first environmental justice units in our nation. Donald Trump stood in Mar-a-Lago and told big oil lobbyists he would do their bidding for a $1 billion campaign contribution.
Yeah. What is this, Family Matters? It's like, and here comes Willie Brown. The truth. That's not true.
Whatever happened?
Yeah. The truth is that's not true. The 1 billion thing, it's not. It's just not true. They're trying to base it on this quote taken out of. I'm not even going to give it any credence. Of course, there is not been a $1 billion contribution. There's not been a courting of a $1 billion contribution in reality from big oil companies on behalf of Donald Trump. But this is weird to me. We'll get to how they've screwed us on energy. At the same time, when they parrot these talking points, the Biden administration has claimed that they're actually producing more oil and they're actually making Americans energy independent. So which is it?
Under this president, the country is producing more oil on average than it did during the Bush, Obama, or Trump administrations.
Okay, so as far as producing oil, it's a little bit complicated because leases, right, they take place with one president and then those leases extend. Without getting into the minutia, we've done that with another segment. We'll link it for you. The Biden administration overturned 27 actions from Donald Trump that directly relate to the fossil fuel industry. So some examples: in April 2024, Biden blocked future oil drilling across 13 million acres of the Alaskan Arctic. Also, under Donald Trump, for the first time in modern American history, we were a net exporter of energy, to be clear. Mm-hmm. And the leftist media has tried to do their bidding when it's convenient. They want to say, oh, environment, right? We're going to be pro-environmental justice. And then they try and say, but he's also actually really good for Americans and oil independence. They insist, the media, that Biden has actually outpaced Trump in approving new leases. Here's the truth. New permits reached a high in April 2021 thanks to Trump's policies. Permits have fallen now by more than 60%. More than 60%. We went to be, for the first time, a net exporter of energy. Record leases, once those lapsed, once the 27 policies were changed from Biden, we have now seen a stark decrease. So if anything, believe that one claim there where she says, I'm creating an environmental justice agency.
There you go.
She didn't help create an actual justice agency.
No.
When she was a prosecutor, she kept black guys in front of her extra long so she could have cooled them as extended labor. We'll give her this one, kind of.
Was she responsible for the water shortages that have plagued California, or maybe the wildfires that constantly rage because they don't have any kind of a plan?
No, that was a smelt.
No,
that was a smelt. A fish that can't swim.
That's right. Protected that fish. I'm thinking an environmental justice agency may have been in part of the movement to protect said smelt.
Yes. Yes.
I smelled something earlier, and I think it's that spread leg.
Hey.
It is a scratch and sniff. What were you doing?
Well, let's stop talking about E. Jean Carroll's dog.
Oh, Badgie!
Before we get off of oil,
the worst part is, was a great dog. Was a great dog. Little
Beautiful dog.
vagina. Not the dog's fault. Has a crazy owner.
Yeah.
Even if we are producing more oil right now, imagine how much we could be producing.
Yes.
If you just didn't undo every policy that Trump had put into place, we could be dominating the world in oil production.
And I think that Americans, comment below if you've noticed. I've noticed a shift where, sure, you still have a bunch of people who kind of believe the climate change alarmism, but it seems like now it's far more permissible in the mainstream to question the policies and how effective they would be in curbing climate change versus the net cost to Americans. It seems like now a lot of people are going like, what they're doing isn't really working. And I think a big part of it is the fact that they're so inconsistent. I mean, they want us to go electric with cars, but they also hate Elon Musk. They want us to stop drilling, but then claim that we're actually producing more oil than ever. It's just nothing about it is consistent. We also have another claim from her. I don't know if we have a clip on this one. No, we don't.
do. That's why I was scrambling.
Okay. So she made the claim that President Trump is guilty of fraud. She made this kind of broad claim. You have it there, Noodles?
Yeah,
All right.
they just sent it my way.
Noodles got it.
During the foreclosure crisis, I took on the big Wall Street banks and $1 billion for California families. Holding those banks accountable for fraud. Donald Trump was just found guilty of 34 counts of fraud.
So see how brilliant this is weaponize the DOJ. Silence your political opposition. And I mean that. Think about it. Donald Trump was removed from Facebook, Twitter, everywhere in one day. So remove his ability to defend himself. Weaponize the DOJ. Go after him. Trump up some charges and then tell the public, this is really their platform, guilty of sexual abuse. Guilty of fraud. Well, yeah, but that's because you made it up. Here's the truth. The entire trial was a sham. President Trump was found guilty of falsifying business records, which is almost entirely a misdemeanor historically. Then Alvin Bragg tried to elevate these charges to a felony because the statute of limitations on misdemeanors ran out. Same thing they did with E. Jean Carroll. They changed the statute of limitations. This is where we are. That's the truth. They want you to believe that he committed fraud like he's Al Capone. They also tried to accuse him, in another court of fraudulent behavior because he estimated Mar-a-Lago as being worth more than $18 million.
Well,
think about that.
I think it is worth 19.
And it's just, it's all right. Let's get to another truth here really quick. Federal prosecutors, by the way, never actually charged President Trump for any campaign-related crimes. It's just one of those things. They trump it up, silence the man's ability to defend himself. They remove him from social media, put a gag order on him, not permit him to present evidence, and then Kamala Harris campaigns and says he's committed fraud. This is tyrannical. They tell you to save democracy by voting for them. They can do this to anyone. You think that you can't have some kind of charges up on you?
Yeah.
We're crying out loud. Do you have any idea how many depositions we've been in here in this company where we've had to deal with bullshit out there? One time they were going, oh, look at your company finances. What is this? I'm like, I don't know. These aren't my state. Oh, turns out it's a 401k match service here that came in as a number. Yeah, you caught me. I'm hiding my 401k for employees in the Cayman Islands.
That settles it. Bad guy.
Yeah. That's what they try and do. Okay. Let's go to another claim that she makes that this one's fun. It's kind of similar to put y'all back in change with Project 2025. It's the boogeyman.
We here know when our middle class is strong, America is strong.
You haven't been one.
And we know that's not the future Donald Trump is fighting for. He and his extreme Project 2025 will weaken the middle class and bring us backward. Please do note that.
Okay. Except for the fact that when he was president, he strengthened the middle class and propelled them forward economically.
he did.
Just ask the middle class, they'll tell you.
Yeah, exactly. Overwhelmingly so.
They know a little bit about their own lives.
It's really tough for them to push this. Like, he's going to destroy democracy. Well, he didn't.
Yeah.
He's going to take the middle class back. But he didn't. You did. It wasn't me. It was the hologram.
All right, Shaggy.
So, here's the truth. All right. Project 2025 has no affiliation with Donald Trump.
Nope.
It's a 922-page. It's basically a wish list from the Heritage Foundation, which tends to be a conservative think tank. I know there are people who have been supporters of Donald Trump, who are there people who maybe at one point worked for Donald Trump. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump, and Donald Trump couldn't any more clearly have publicly stated this at a recent rally.
Okay, you have the radical, right? And they come up with this, I don't know what the hell it is. It's Project 25. He's involved in this seriously extreme, but I don't know anything about it. I don't want to know anything about it. But what they do is misinformation and disinformation, and they keep saying, he's a threat to democracy. I'm saying, what the hell did I do for democracy? Last week, I took a bullet for democracy.
There we go.
What did I do against democracy? Crazy.
Crazy.
It's weird.
It's a
His
great line.
speaking style is like, and all I did was for everybody. He's just bobbing and weaving.
Talk today. I'm going to be going down the escalator. Or the elevator.
You know what?
Bob and weave. Joe Frazier. What? Ha! I'd take a bullet for vagina too. I love that dog.
Beautiful dog.
Beautiful
vagina.
Just the silky fur on vagina. She named her dog Vagina.
I know that's
It's still a thing. It's
Or
funny.
cat, who knows?
She's crazy.
I gotta get vagina groomed. Tail's getting too long.
A lot of hair.
Been biting people lately.
I don't think Vagina's had her shots.
Vagina's got rabies. Sad to say.
I never grabbed your vagina.
Rabies. Crazy foaming at the mouth, Vagina.
Vagina just keeps barking. Growling.
You need to give that vagina a bath.
For those just tuning in, E. Jean Carroll, the lady who accused Trump of sexual abuse, dog was named Vagina. It was funny then, and it's still funny now. Here's another claim. That President Trump, and this is just...
I'm sorry. When she's in court, I want to know what she said, because if she said stuff like, well, he touched my vagina. Well, that's the dog.
Yeah, it's inadmissible.
It's a cute dog. I pet it.
Yeah.
All right, sorry.
Exactly.
I'm just learning this. I'm sorry.
All right, so here's one they just make, and this is just a flat out lie. And how do you know it's a lie? Because they're making a claim that President Trump will do something that he clearly stated he would not do. Doesn't stop them from stating it. Kamala says Trump's going to sign a federal, make no mistake, he'll sign a federal abortion ban.
If Trump gets the chance, he will sign a national abortion ban to outlaw abortion in every single state, but we are not going to let that happen.
Here's the truth. You're a liar and you suck. He said many, 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 many times that he is not going to do this. Here's the first.
My view is now that we have abortion where everybody wanted it from a legal standpoint, the states will determine by vote or legislation or perhaps both, and whatever they decide must be the law of the land. In this case, the law of the state. Many states will be different. Many will have a different number of, or some will have more conservative than others, and that's what they will be. At the end of the day, this is all about the will of the people. You must follow your heart, or in many cases, your religion or your faith.
Okay, reiterated the same point. I don't know how many times, but here's one with a journalist in Georgia.
President Trump, would you sign a national abortion ban in Congress? Would you sign it? You wouldn't sign it.
Seems pretty straightforward.
Also, let's not lose focus on the fact that Kamala Harris is in fact a whore, and it's been known for a long time.
Jeez! They'll be saying a lot of each other.
They were milking each other. I saw it. Read it here, folks.
Oh, I've heard of men who lactate, but never seen an extra. Read all about it.
So what is the take home here with this speech? It's there's nothing necessarily new, except I would still read it. Don't become complacent. You can watch this, see the technical issues, see the unlikability, see the dishonesty, see the ease with which it can be fact-checked, and give a false sense of confidence. You need to understand this is not the Democratic primary. Donald Trump is not going to be debating or running for election against just Kamala Harris. He's going to be running for election against the entire media establishment. The same media that suppressed the Hunter Biden laptop story, the same media that encouraged big tech moved, the same media who cheered as this administration toward the very fibers of our constitutional republic and the First Amendment, an attempt at the Second Amendment. That same media is going to be into hyperdrive. So please be prepared to have these discussions. Right now, there may be some people out there, there's a curiosity gap. Educate yourself. You've been watching this show for quite a while, so you know we've done some pretty in-depth pieces. Do not take winning for granted. Educate yourself and be prepared to have these conversations in your day-to-day. That's what you can do. You talk with 10 people, you talk with 20 people, they talk with a few more people. That can change a state. Think when Senator Ted Cruz did that math at the convention, that was really weird. I know he was trying to get to the number of illegal immigrants, but he said, there's 18,000 people here in this arena. And if you were to multiply that by 630 times, that would be 11.5 million, which would be more of a population than all but 11 states. I was like, what? What is this, the wall and Goodwill? What are you doing? He was trying to say that's how many illegal immigrants have crossed the border. Right. What I think would have been effective is there are 18,000 of you here. That's more than what determined the vote in multiple states. States like Arizona, Georgia. Just two arenas changes the country, guys. You don't think that you can have a conversation with enough people who will then pass it on that in this municipality, an arena of people, this could be changed? I'm not asking you to change millions of minds. Not everyone has a platform like this. Not everyone has a platform like Rush Limbaugh had. Not everyone has a platform like
I don't know what the fuck
a lot of people out there who create content. Grateful that they're out there. Grateful that you support us. But you do have a platform. And the margin of error here, it's so small. 10,000 votes, Arizona. You're talking about tens of thousands of people in a state. You can affect that change. Go out, campaign. Go out, have those conversations. You can make a difference if there are enough of you voting, enough of you talking with people. This is a walk-off. That's the takeaway. Do not become complacent just because she's unlikable, dishonest. Also, we want to be with you
the horror part
on election night, November 5th, the election live stream of the century. We will have people in every major city, in every major swing state across this country, reporters on the ground. We're going to have the electoral integrity map, where not only can you go and see the update states being called, but any type of shenanigans that are going on in real time, you'll be able to click a button and see it and investigate it yourself. And you will also help us. You will be our investigative reporters' eyes and ears. We'll have a team who will be there to assist you, service you in these cities. If anything happens, no more tricks this election. This is the place to be. We're not simply observing the election. We are calling it. We are making sure that we are right. We need your support to do that. LouderWithCrowder.com/MugClub. It's $89 annually. You get 100% more show every day. The undercover unit, all of it is supported. We are gearing up for a monumental shift with this election.
Yeah.
No one's done it. It's a difficult undertaking. We're going to do it.
So we've got also a new poll that just came out, the Quinnipiac. Quinnipiac says 40, President Trump 49, Harris 47.
Okay.
So 2-point lead is 2-point lead nationally is massive, right? It's a huge lead.
It's still within the margin of error.
Too close though. It's closer than it was. People have a lot of work to do right now. There's going to be a honeymoon period for Harris. People need to educate themselves and be ready to combat the talking points that I guarantee you right now, X is being flooded by surrogates with positive Harris comments, polls. What are we going to come up with? to make her look like she's doing much better. The fundraising thing that they've been talking about, over $100 million, right? They're putting everything they can right now into she's the person. Nobody. Weeks ago, nobody liked Kamala Harris. Like, is there any way we can skip over this lady?
Right.
I know she was the vice president, but is there any way? And now they're going to act like they're all best friends? No.
Right.
Trust me. This honeymoon period will wear off.
And they're already
because of-
preparing. You're racist. You're sexist. They don't like her. They don't like her because she's awful.
Yeah,
She's just. How about you don't like her because she's the pits?
I love Venn diagrams.
Well, be that as it may, it doesn't make you any more likable.
Why?
What are the circles of the Venn diagram? She fits in all of it. 3 circles: whore, liar, ugly.
When they come together, you get mediocrity. The perfect Kamala.
Yes.
With our powers combined, we make one mediocre bitch. Hey, thanks, Kamala.
Yeah,
Pretty good.
we appreciate
having it. It was kind of weak.
I will say she doesn't have a lot of great attributes, but she's a decent sounding board. She makes a good Ed McMahon.
I kind of want her at my kids' birthday parties.
Yeah.
You do?
That's because you're a horrible father.
She's well. Come on.
It's better than having Joe at your
Who
kids'
doesn't
That's
birthdays,
true.
I get.
Yeah,
That's
she's
true.
better than Joe, and she laughs a lot. About stuff that are.
She loves school buses.
She's not aggressive.
Love school buses.
Sexually
Teach
like
them
Joe.
Venn diagrams.
True. It's true.
I don't think she can swim though.
That's a good bet.
No, she went back to Garden Doritos.
It comes in the morning.
No, that was the mayor.
In the morning.
Oh no.
All right, let's go on. I don't know if we'll just continue with.
That one came out.
Yeah, it came out of somewhere.
Well, out of the dog.
So I don't know if this we had the segment, but this news breaking. I don't know if it changes it. So let's recap what happened yesterday with the Secrets Director, Kim Cheadle. Because if you can believe it, this was the biggest story in the world. Someone tried to assassinate President, and then the left decided they want to try and steal its thunder by replacing Joe Biden with Kamala. And the thing is, I don't think that it's as big of a story historically. I don't know. Comment below. I think that bullets kind of sell a little better. The headlines, as opposed to old, decrepit, demented circus monkeys withdrawing from a race they had no business being in anyway, to be replaced with a professional hooker. Now, so this was the big story, and there are some details here that have emerged that you probably should know. Director Kim Cheadle. Okay, we now know that she resigned this morning. This was just playing on CNN. That's an update. However, before this happened, yesterday, she sat down, she was grilled, and some of these are just fun clips. She's greatest failure in, recent memory.
The assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump on July 13th is the most significant operational failure of the Secret Service in decades.
You think? And up until that point yesterday, this is the main takeaway, no one had been fired at all on security failure, as far as we know.
So no employee has been disciplined, and no employee has been placed in any position that would place their job in jeopardy, nor their standing in the agency.
We are still in the process of
That's not what I asked. You're the person that runs the place. You're the person that knows right from wrong, good from bad. You've had a number of days, and now you come before this committee knowing you're going to be before us, and you've got to slough it off to someone else.
What is slough?
Yeah, every interaction went pretty much like this.
You don't know what you're talking about, do you?
See, anyone can have insight. Right now, they're talking about it on CNN. The director just resigned. Let's see what they have to say.
With one of the most challenging jobs service, President Biden
Allegedly
went
a
on to
statement
say
from
that
Biden.
he
Right.
believes the
If
independent
he's most
review
likely alive.
into the assassination attempt against Donald Trump should continue and will continue, and said that he intends to name a new director.
Hold on a second. He just said it takes honor, bravery, courage to fill that role. Did he criticize her at all?
He said,
do we know that in the statement? Did he say, but, it should require those things, none of which did Cheadle have. So she's fired. She should be fired.
Oh,
what he said was, it takes great honor, courage, yada, to take responsibility for your organization. But it's basically what he did not do in Afghanistan.
Right.
Oh, wow.
Good point. One on the board for Josh.
Yeah, Josh.
Hey,
that was a good one.
I like
That was a good one.
Yeah.
Thanks for that, Tim.
By the way, why do you sit through the hearing if you're going to resign the next day? What the position is of the people that are about to question you?
I think it was probably like the debate where they were on the fence. Then the hearing went so poorly, which will show you that they were like, you got to go.
I get it from her perspective. Like, I would want to quit after that too.
Yeah.
I would. I probably would have resigned earlier because that's embarrassing and
yes,
it totally is a failure. And
for sure,
obviously the people in charge want her there. Obviously,
yes,
because she's pro DEI. She's a
Biden
diversity
appointed her.
hire.
Yeah.
She'll
Only
do their bidding,
30%,
and they were hoping that she could maybe make it through. And then I think there's like, look, now we're going to throw you under the bus. That's what I think happened.
Yeah, I would have just walked in like you said and been like, hey, let's just make this a short one today, guys.
Yep.
I resign.
Yes.
Well, I have more questions.
Let's all meet up for lunch.
Ask
later.
the next guy because I'm firing myself.
Bye-bye.
Bye. I'm going to go put myself in timeout. Let's see what they're saying on CNN. Let's see what these experts say. And if they say this is an embarrassment, this woman was an embarrassment. Everything about this was an embarrassment. And thank God she's gone. And hopefully we have a meritocracy as it relates to our security agencies. Let's see if they say that.
It's Squidward again.
Very contentious and very frustrating for lawmakers hearing on Capitol Hill, where Director Cheadle really refused to provide any sort of detail about the security failures that led up to the assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump's life on July 13th. Lawmakers from both sides of the aisle called on her to resign, including the chairman and ranking speaker Mike Johnson met in person with Director Cheadle, and I'm told he urged her to resign during that meeting as well. So things seem to have been bubbling under the surface for a while. But yesterday, the bipartisan calls for Cheadle to step down seem to have tipped the scales in the development today. She's officially stepping down, tendering her resignation.
Yep, under an enormous amount of pressure, not just from Republicans, but from Democrats as well, including Democratic leaders in the House who were watching that hearing yesterday.
He just said
Zach,
that, Wolf.
thank you very
You never
much.
add
Evan
anything.
Perez is with us as well. What are you hearing from your sources, Evan? Does she leave right away, or does she wait a little bit? What's going on?
We'll mail you your stuff.
Go as soon as possible, like my hairline.
From what I'm told, we'll
Look at that thing.
stay
Whoa,
at least
that's
through
halfway up his head.
Democratic National Convention.
Oh,
trying
good.
to make sure that everything.
It's not
and
a
all
fade.
security preparations, which of course are a big undertaking.
Stay through the DNC. Yeah, because that's not another time somebody could be in danger.
Right.
Apparatus of this country, for her to stay through that, and in the end, what was decided, you saw very little. You see very little in Washington that joins Republicans and Democrats to agreement. But yesterday.
Oh, that's true. That is a tough one for Fest.
It is.
It's like, yeah, seldom do you see someone so awful that Republicans and Democrats link arms and say, this business is going to go.
Well, I mean, it is a good point. The DNC is coming up. They're like, well, we don't want this to happen at our conference.
Right. Yes, exactly.
All right, man.
Usually they would accuse you of sexism. You'd be like, that woman is awful, and she should not be in charge of Secret Service because obviously it left President Trump very vulnerable. They were thinking, hey, that's... Yeah, that bitch has got to go. This is bad.
It's like about Mayor Brandon Johnson is keeping that shot spot. Canceled contract. I was like, can we at least keep it to the DNC?
No.
No.
And then people are like, I'm going to get the DNC.
Oh, crap.
She's got to go. I don't want her there. Why? I don't want to get shot. Well, that's fair. Is there something, Noodles? Any kind of an update? Or no? I thought
there's a little bit of debate about whether she is going to go before the DNC or not. And I think she is planning. They're saying that she's planned to stay on through the DNC. I think that's in the resignation plan.
What?
So that's what I said a second ago.
There needs to be no transition. None. Go. Leave. Now, before someone else gets shot.
We'll see.
I mean, what are you
going to be the case, though?
What kind of knowledge are you going to pass on? You don't know anything about your own job.
Listen, she's made some mistakes. She's learned. They're all 6'4" agents now.
Hey, she's not. Look, she's not Michael Vick. All right.
Everyone's a little different here. Everyone makes mistakes. Seldom does somebody get nothing right. So let me go through this.
They're bringing in the lead of JFK's team. We'll be fine.
Yes, exactly. Same car, too.
Weird.
It's like, hey, Kamala, we actually have a new kid for you. How do you feel about a convertible?
Oh,
You know that windy road in San Francisco? Let's go down that.
Yeah. Her windshield is just a magnifying glass. So here's what we know. First off, can you imagine, honestly, comment, can you imagine anywhere in the private sector, someone not immediately being fired with cause out, every single person involved? The excuse we'll get to is a slope on the roof. People knew about the shooter. They knew about the shooter. We went through this timeline the night of the RNC and President Trump's speech. They knew about the shooter at least 3, 4, 5 times, hours beforehand. The parents called the local police, which is really weird, saying that their son was missing in the middle of the day on a Saturday. It would be weirder if he was home with you. That's something that I really think we should get some more information. No one seems interested. Wait, parents?
An additional round of questioning may be called after all members have been recognized. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. Colonel Paris, typically these events, do they typically have 2 control rooms or 2 sort of tactical operations areas where the Secret Service is in their sort of spot and the local law enforcement is in their sort of command center? Is that how it's typically done?
I would say from my experience and from state police operations, to include this event as planned in our operations plan, we had integrated communications by having RPSP personnel in the Secret Service command post.
So your person was in there in that command post on this event?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if the local sheriff had anybody or the deputies that were also provided, the local guys?
I would be remiss at this point to say I knew an exact listing of everyone in that command post.
The sheriff yesterday told us he did not. Would you expect him to have had somebody there?
So I would say generally, there's a lot of talk about interoperability and communications. The state police, for example, operate our own statewide radio network. So the ability to, if we have a protracted incident, for example, where we need to patch other agencies in, we have the capability to do that. However, Secret Service, for example, maintains some additional encrypted communications. So the best way to integrate unified command
is physically present in the
that would be our.
Yeah, that's how the Army does it.
I would expect our commanders to have personnel in there so that we could have radio communication as well as a redundancy in the operations plan with a telephonic backup.
Do you know if in this particular case, I mean, normally they sweep these sites with dogs. Was a K-9 team used here for this event?
I do not know. I have not seen the Secret Service operations plan. I've asked for it. I've yet to receive it. I did double check. That was something that PSP could typically offer to the Secret Service if they requested it. And I did verify that in this event, we did not provide any dogs.
Okay. As I understand it, there wasn't one, but you'd expect one in a situation like this.
So I want to be clear that when the Secret Service interfaces with the state police for whatever protectee and level of protection they're endeavoring to provide, the Secret Service is the lead agency. So as per the earlier statement of 18,000 law enforcement agencies across the United States, it would be and have each individual agency telling the Secret Service how the operation should be run. They're the lead agency. If that was something that their protocols called for during the initial meeting when preliminary steps and agencies were brought together, that would be something that would be discussed typically.
The AGR building, did your guys on the ground there ever look at?
I suppose the best sequence of events that I can give you is that PSP was notified by email on July 5th about this event. There was an initial planning meeting where we had commanders present on Monday, July 8th. So over Tuesday the 9th and Wednesday the 10th, those commanders that we designated, basically our orders are from the front office, my team on down. You know, we work collaboratively with the Secret Service, collaborate, give them what we can. Final occurred on the 11th. Present at that meeting were the 2 commanders that were tasked with both staffing the security checkpoints on the interior of the secure perimeter, as well as the commander who was going to be in charge of Mercade. In addition, a PSP area commander was on that walkthrough, holding the rank of major.
Could you share a little bit of insight? I appreciate the timeline, but could you share a little bit, because I only have about a
I
minute.
apologize.
Yeah, the specific to the AGR building.
So on that walkthrough, our area commander asked specifically who was responsible for the AGR building, and we were told that Butler ESU was responsible for that area by several Secret Service agents on that walkthrough.
Okay. All right. One last quick question. All right. I'll let you comment about it. The slope of the roof, would that have prevented a sniper from being up there?
I don't believe so, sir.
Okay, thank you. I yield. I now recognize the ranking member for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Parrish, you talked about your tenure with the Pennsylvania State Police. Have you worked other events where a presidential candidate or president has come to Pennsylvania?
Yes, I have, sir.
So this would not have been an unusual occurrence to participate.
I ran the numbers. We typically do about 20 missions a year, the low 20s a year in a regular year. We're already in the low 20s this year, being an election year. So our commanders in the field who interface with the Secret Service to plan and provide support are on a routine basis. I wouldn't say an everyday occurrence, but a fairly routine basis.
Okay. So can you walk us through the Pennsylvania State Police's interaction with the Secret Service? You kind of started off giving us from the point of contact that an occurrence was about to happen. Was there anything particular about the Butler, Pennsylvania event that stands out as regular, irregular, or anything?
I would say, not to my knowledge, based on our discussions with our commanders who planned it, it progressed along a normal timeline. They attempted to give the Secret Service, I believe, for the Secret Service with everything they were requested.
So your role on that day in terms of the state police was what?
So I would classify it as in a support role, and the two main areas of responsibility for the state troopers that were assigned that day were those participating in the motorcade to get former President Trump from his point of landing to the venue in Butler County and back.
I've got
several
the 1
other
o'clock today, and I
additional
set one up for Thursday.
entities that were requested by the Secret Service. And then on site, we had to staff security posts that were determined by the Secret Service. All of those posts were inside of the secure perimeter of the Butler County Farm show.
I guess I was one of those individuals who traveled to Butler. Just for my information, have you had any interaction with the FBI or anything as they look into the investigation as to what you or your men observed on that day?
Yes, we're conducting an investigation largely in concert with and parallel to the Bureau because the actions of crooks have federal legal implications and state law implications.
Okay, thank you. President Yost, in your comments, you talked about the need for communication. You talked about FirstNet. And so we have federal, state, and local law enforcement element like we're talking about. But in our conversation with some of the locals, not state police, but the sheriff's department and the chief of police in Butler yesterday, those individuals did not have communication with actually state police or Secret Service. Would that, in your professional opinion, be a vulnerability for managing an event like this?
Well, I think we can go back to 9/11 when we identified at that time that the operability of different agencies to be able to communicate really was a hindrance. there's an infrastructure in place now to address these interoperabilities, but at the same time, they're not always utilized in every event. I do not acknowledge whether that was the issue here, but I can tell you it is a common issue in law enforcement and an ability for our agencies not to be able to communicate. Not that technology is not necessarily there; it's because that they're not always incorporated.
Yeah, you know, we passed legislation mandating obviously FirstNet interoperability, and we tied funding, and we picked up some valuable information that we're still not where we need to be on that. I would think that Colonel, the role of the state police is in, but it appeared in talking with some of the local officials, as you say, it's just, you're not primary, you're kind of secondary in that role, that we need to somehow, as a committee, look at how do we enhance the overall mission so that we have no gaps.
This is how you say a lot of things without saying anything.
Work of this committee,
This guy's a fucking...
identifying the gaps, look at the after action review to close those gaps. So just to tell you one, Butler, Pennsylvania has no permitting process for events of that size. So you can announce it and hold it, and local government doesn't really have anything to do with it. And we were assured by local government that they would try to fix that. That they said we have to be more involved in events of this size, so that if this was not the best venue, then that permitting could have gotten engaged and suggested an alternate venue, those kind of things. So thank you very much. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Chairman McCall for 5 minutes questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank you for the site visit that we had at Butler, Pennsylvania yesterday. It was very eye-opening, educational. I agree with the ranking members. After 9/11, connecting the dots and federal, state, and local working together was the answer. I led a joint terrorism task force when I worked at the Department of Justice, and I also was involved in national security events, so I kind of know how these things operate. My question is to Colonel Paris. It's standard practice that the lead federal agency will come in and meet with the state and locals regarding the security plan before the event, prior to the event. Sir, did you participate or did your department participate in that?
So I did not participate. As I stated earlier, there were two commanders dedicated to those two primary roles, the motorcade and the post on site within the secure perimeter, as well as a state police area commander. So just as a way of background, our area commander that covers multiple troops in that area of the state, out of nearly 5,000 troopers, there are only 4 area commanders. So that major was present for the walkthrough.
The perimeter or outside?
Inside.
Inside. And was the outside within the jurisdiction of the local police?
So just as a point of clarification, there were 2 on the operations plan. There were 2 marked cars that were assigned roving duties, which would, the name implies, be outside of the secure perimeter on roadways, responding to incidents that potentially could occur as a result of a congregation of that many people. But
so we saw, we walked into, we actually walked onto the roof where the sniper was. A clear, eyes on, clear shot of the president. A tree blocked the Secret Service's view. This kid did some investigation. He had a drone out there days prior, got an aerial surveillance of the premises. And that position was probably the best position outside the perimeter as far as I could tell. There's also a water tower that would have been a perfect spot for Secret Service. Were you aware of any presence of Secret Service water tower?
I was not.
And you're aware of what I'm talking about?
I am familiar. I physically flew out there on Saturday the 13th. It was still very much an active crime scene, so I did not walk the roofs, but I did.
On the adjacent building, we got a tour of that as well, where I believe the local police were positioned. There were 3 windows. The first one had a plain view of where the sniper would be. However, they were stationed in the second and third windows. Are you familiar with this at all?
I am not, from the standpoint that I have not seen the Secret Service's operations plan, and our deference would be to them to assign Butler ESU
right.
According
and
to.
they were apparently local counter snipers. Do you know if they should have been assigned to the rooftop?
I would defer to there are many ways that you can cover. Obviously, positioning people on the rooftop would be one of those.
No, and going to the actual site, way too close. He should never have been allowed to get on top of that building. And I don't know how, and I know he was on your radar inside the perimeter. You seem to have lost him, and somehow he finds him to the rooftop unimpeded until a local law enforcement officer crawls on top of the roof and looks at him, and he points his AR-15 at him. My question to you is, what was the communication like that day? Typically, Secret Service has one channel for them, the other channel for state and locals. Was there any communication to identify, hey, this is not a local police officer, this is in fact an unidentified individual on the rooftop? Was that communicated to the Secret Service?
So my belief, as I sit here today, is that we did have integrated communications from members that were inside of the Secret Service command post. Completely deferential to the ongoing nature of the invention. I have an understanding of a sequence of events, but I would like to draw a distinction between a sequence of events, meaning.
So my theory is that they thought maybe he was an officer, but then they find out he's not. The thing I find interesting is that the counter sniper Secret Service, within seconds of the shots on the president, it tells me he had him in his sights. Maybe he was not aware of who the individual was not identified. But I know within seconds after the shots were fired at the president, the threat was eliminated. Lastly, I just want to end with this. This was actually astonishing. And I want to get your confirmation. He had device with him, and 2 of his bombs were located in his car that was parked on the other side of the perimeter. Seems to me a good theory would be that he was going to kill the president and then detonate the car, causing a diversion and then escape from the crime scene. Are you aware of any of this?
I am aware of the presence of the device on his person. We were aware of that very early on, and that was a consideration in the hours in the immediate aftermath as we worked that crime scene. But to your point about his ultimate theory or what his ultimate motivation was, that remains under investigation.
And he had a rangefinder on him as well. That's a big red flag.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Violence has never been the answer. And I thank both of you for your service in law enforcement and testifying today. Violence has never been the answer. Not on a certain day in January and not on a day in July. I remember I was 12 years old and my dad, I was on the way to school.
Swalwell.
A cold day in
Where's Fing
January.
Fang?
My dad, who was a cop, stopped me as I was about to leave, and he wanted me to watch the television. His guy had just lost a presidential election, and some young kid from Arkansas was about to be sworn in as the new president of the United States. My dad was burned. He really liked George Bush. He did not like Bill Clinton. But he told me
Why does it
to
matter?
stop and watch the television coverage of the inauguration because he said, look at that, son. He said, that's what makes us so special. My guy lost, this guy's getting sworn in. and not a shot has been fired. That's what makes us different. Violence has never been the answer. It's despicable that somebody thought they could take
How
a
is this
shot
contributing
at the
to
former
what they're
president
doing here?
and change the course of history. We don't know much about the political beliefs of this individual. We know he was a 20-year-old male, registered Republican, gun enthusiast.
Contributed to Joe
Also
Biden.
had researched the DNC, also had researched President Biden, also had researched Leader Hakeem Jeffries. We don't know what led this madman to try and kill the former president, but it's despicable. And the people who went to that rally deserved to hear, without violence, the candidate they were supporting. Commissioner Paris, I'm sorry this happened to your community. I'm sorry this happened to the person who died and the persons who've been wounded. I just want to understand, though, because we are a country that is armed to the teeth, how many firearms were within the perimeter, just by back of the envelope estimate?
The only firearms of which I'm aware that were inside of the perimeter were those in the possession of law enforcement.
And would you estimate that was hundreds or dozens?
I would only feel comfortable not having seen the Secret Service operations plan about the PSP members that were inside the perimeter.
How many rounds did the shooter fire before he was killed? Do you know?
I believe that the number is 8. 8 casings have been recovered.
I also understand but I am not going to allow some, and I say some, the chairman of this committee is a serious legislator who wants answers. Some are not. And some are trying to rewrite what has happened in our country over the last 8 years, erase what happened in this building on January 6th.
No, Jesus.
One member of this body in Congress said the Republican district attorney in Butler County should immediately file charges against Joseph Biden for inciting assassination. Another said Congressman Scalise, Justice Kavanaugh, and now President Trump, for years, Democrats and their allies democracies. Another said Democrats and liberals in the media have called Trump a fascist. They've compared him to Hitler. They've tried to lock him up. A radical shift has really happened in our country. In fact, the former president's current vice presidential nominee is the one who said that Donald Trump might be America's Hitler, might be a cynical a-hole. Cultural heroin he's responsible for, not just incomprehensible. I joined the chairman in seeking unity as the antidote to political violence. Unity as the antidote to political violence. But we're not going to erase and rewrite and allow some to reincarnate themselves as victims of what happened. We can't let this ever happen again. We must arm law enforcement and have better security perimeters. But in this country, violence has never been the answer. Now you're back.
Gentlemen, yields. I'll now recognize the Vice Chairman of the committee, Mr. Guest, for his 5 minutes. Mr. Guest, for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and gentlemen, thank you for both being here today. You both classified as what happened on July 13th as critical failures. I would expand that as a colossal failure. And I think you have both stated that the ultimate responsibility for what occurred that day falls upon the Secret Service. Colonel Paris, I know that your officers were there in a support role. You were following the operational plan set out by Secret Service. You testified that the primary responsibilities for your officers were motorcade and then the interior perimeter, and that you had 2 roving officers there, really just out there to provide support if necessary and called upon. You mentioned earlier that you went to the scene on the 13th, and thank you for going there and being a part of that. And you also testified earlier that you have not been provided the operational plan by the Secret Service. Is that correct?
That's correct. We haven't received it yet.
When did you request that?
I'd have to go back and check in the earlier part of the investigation. That was just something that we asked for as a matter of course. We were not told no. We just, to date, have yet to receive it.
And that would be important, would it not? If you're going to investigate what happened on that day, the operational plan, that is the starting point for all the events that later transpired. Is that correct?
Well, I don't want to overstate the role of state police here is to investigate the 3 Pennsylvanians that were shot and the use of force by the Secret Service counter sniper. To the extent that we need to know the sequence events leading up to that, we obviously would like to know as much as we can, but it's not a role.
Oh, but all the shootings occurred simultaneously. The same shot that struck President Trump one of those shots killed one of your fellow citizens, and 2 others were injured. And so you can't separate the two. This is one investigation into a shooting that occurred in which one of your citizens were killed, 2 more were fatally injured, in which the president himself was struck. And so the fact that the Secret Service is stonewalling your investigation, that they're not providing you this information. All the testimony yesterday, Mr. Director, where she refused to answer questions and has now resigned. I find that to be especially troubling. We have the Secret Service not wanting to cooperate with Congress, not wanting to cooperate with a fellow law enforcement agency. And I personally find, as we look, and as you are aware from speaking to your officers that were there physically on the scene that day, did Secret Service, did they have any drones in the air so that they could have an eye in the sky and see what was happening, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I'm not aware that they were using drones, but that
And
I haven't seen the operations.
does your agency have drones?
We do maintain some drones.
So if Secret Service would have requested your agency to fly drones that day, you would have been able to do so, correct?
Would have tried to honor that request, yes, sir.
And you testify that you've been to the scene of the shooting. Did you see the water tower that's located approximately 100 yards from the building where the shooter fired those shots?
I did see it, sir.
And would it have been possible to put an officer, and again, that's not your responsibility to do that, that's the Secret Service's, but would it have been possible to put an officer there looking down on the scene of the rally and the building where the shooter occurred? Would that have been something would have been possible to do?
Presuming that there's a way to access the water tower. I didn't walk over. I was probably several hundred yards away, so I can't say that I could.
And if you had an officer up there, that would have provided a strategic viewpoint of the events that were transpiring below, correct?
I would agree. Tactics, height gives a tactical advantage, yes, sir.
And then but you viewed the roof, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The Secret Service director, prior to her resignation, said that she did not put anybody on the roof because it had a sloped roof that would have created a safety concern. I was in Butler, Pennsylvania yesterday with many members of this committee. My fellow member, Carlos Jimenez, who is 70 years old, and I guess he doesn't mind me saying that since he has put that information out there. There's video of him easily transversing the roof, walking across the roof, and even though he is some 50 years older than the shooter. And so my question is, do you agree with the assessment of the former Secret Service director that the roof was so sloped that it created safety concerns?
I can't agree with that statement, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm out of time, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Kraft for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you and the ranking member for putting together the trip to Butler yesterday. Good eye-opening trip. And Colonel Paris, thank you for hosting us out there. I certainly hope that the Secret Service does cooperate with us in our investigation as to what went wrong. Secret Service has to be 100% correct all the time. There's small force, 2,300 plus maybe 1,300. So you local, state, local police officers are the force multiplier. And to hear you say that miscommunication was an element here is unacceptable. We talked earlier to the fact that FirstNet was put together post 911.
That's fine.
A little bit over 20 years ago.
Literally, I typed it.
And to hear that we still don't have the technology for people on the ground to talk with each other is of concern. It's even of greater concern to me when I was taking a tour of that farm in Butler, Pennsylvania yesterday. I had local law enforcement officers, local electeds coming to me, whispering to me, there's more here to the story. We need to talk about what actually happened. To have people that were on the ground there, concerned, afraid of stepping forward is unacceptable. To tell us of other failures that maybe this committee does not know about yet, in Butler, Pennsylvania, is unacceptable. I asked one of the officers, safety officers, could you talk the Secret Service? Took us 15 minutes to communicate with them. Local elected official who said, I have other stories that I need to talk to you about when you have a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we're 4.5 months away from this Pennsylvania ground state. You will have these kinds of events again. And to know that we don't have the facts, let alone execute a plan to fix the holes, is unacceptable to our democracy. We can talk about the facts. The facts are a lot of things went wrong. Let's talk about how to fix it now. I think we start with accepting the fact that things went wrong, more resources. Colonel Paris, your volunteers, your officers that you put on the line to help the Secret Service, are they actually compensated somewhere for their overtime, their extra time they're out there?
They're paid tests, yes, not assign them to those duties, and if they incur overtime as a result of the contract, the contractual bargaining agreement, we pay them.
So let me ask you something in the minute and a half I have left. The local officers there, after we spoke a while, I said, well, let me summarize what you just told me. You're asking me who's in charge. And he asked me, yeah, I want to know who's in charge. I said, well, let's talk some more. And he said, Lou, we don't know if it's the campaign or the Secret Service that's in charge here. Said, if I called for a row of dump trucks to be put up behind the stand, it wouldn't happen because the optics would not be good for a campaign rally. I want to know who is in charge protecting our national candidates. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to see if we can ask those tough questions. This is not a Democrat or Republican issue. This is about trying to come up with some rules, protocol to make sure this does not happen again. After the events, we can sit here, we can point fingers at each other and talk about partisanship. It's not going to fix our democracy, our electoral system. Mr. Chairman, I do hope we go back, talk to those folks who aren't here today, who wanted to talk, who weren't invited, and a lot of people, even if we invite them, are not going to talk. Because frankly speaking, they want to keep their heads down as the shooting continues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Chip for 5 minutes of.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Paris, are you aware whether any law enforcement officer or officers was or were posted in the second floor window of the AGR building?
I am aware, yes, sir.
The answer.
To my knowledge, there were 2 posted there from Butler ESU.
And you said Butler ESU. What does the acronym ESU stand for?
Emergency Services Unit. It's a team that's comprised of multiple agencies that pool resources on a county or several county basis in order to enhance capabilities and training and be able to respond. Basically, a mutual aid agreement is my understanding of it.
Is it sort of like a SWAT team?
They are in SWAT tactics, to my knowledge.
So there, how many ESU officers were posted to that second floor window?
So I am aware that 2 were in the building, but again, I have not seen service operation plan.
No, well, you say in the building. Were they in a window, where a window out onto the scene?
From briefings that I have been given, I was told they were in a window, yes, sir.
Did they remain on post?
I was told that at a certain point, they began searching along with other local officers in the immediacy before Crooks had been identified as suspicious by them.
By them?
My understanding is that they identified Crooks for not matriculating. He never, to my knowledge, Crooks never made it through the secure perimeter into the venue space itself. That he was identified by those members as suspicious in part because of that. And then at that point, he produced the rangefinder, which heightened that suspicion.
So Representative Crane took a video on site yesterday. I'd like staff to put that up. It's just very short. There's a few seconds. They can do that. If I understand correctly, this is from the second story window of the AGR building. You can see that window comes out from the sash and swings out to the right. There's an aerial photo right after Crooks was killed, where Crooks's body's on the roof, and that window was open. Was it from this vantage point that those ESU officers spotted Crooks?
I don't know that particular window, but my understanding is from a second story window is where he was initially spotted.
Okay, so are you then saying that, to your knowledge, those ESU officers left the location where they look out the window to go in search of this person?
That is my understanding.
So sometime before the time between the time he was spotted on the ground and identified as someone suspicious until the shooting, they had left that post to go look for him. Is that what you're saying?
My understanding is, yes, along with other municipal officers that responded to that. And that's based on interviews that we've conducted. And I want to be very clear that I don't want to establish a timeline minute by minute because we don't have that yet.
I think that's revelatory. I haven't heard that information. I did hear before that and there's a local news station. There's a local news station report from July 17 that says that local law enforcement Trump rally. And of course, you've testified a moment ago, or earlier in this hearing, your understanding from the meeting with the Secret Service on the site was that ESU was going to handle the AGR building. Which is it? Do you know?
My understanding is what my initial answer was.
Okay. You also, in response to Mr. McCall, you started to say something. You were saying that you did have integrated comms, and you were saying you were deferring to the ongoing investigation, but you have an understanding of the sequence, and then he cut you off and went on to another question. Do you know what you were about to say? Do you remember that?
Just that had member office inside of the Secret Service command post, and we were maintaining communication with our people.
Had ESU maintained position in that window overlooking the roof, isn't it true that they would have had a clean shot at Mr. Crooks as he was ascending the roof to his shooting position?
I'm not prepared to say that because I don't know the exact timeline of events.
But it's your understanding that no longer in that where they had been previously overlooking the building at the time he was ascending the roof. Is that correct?
Could you repeat that question?
The ESU officers were no longer in that room where they look at the oversee the roof as that video shows.
I believe they were actively searching along with additional municipal officers for Mr. Crooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time's expired.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Carter.
Thank you,
for
Mr.
5
Chairman.
minutes.
And thank you to our witnesses for joining us today. As we convene to discuss the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump, and its profound implications on our nation's political landscape. It is imperative that we recognize growing threats to our homeland. The failure of the Secret Service to protect former President Donald Trump must be thoroughly investigated and addressed to ensure such an incident never happens again. There's no place in political discourse, regardless of our philosophical differences, our parties, or our beliefs. We must stand united against such actions and uphold the principles of democracy and respect. What happened on that day was an incredible breach, a threat to our nation because one of our leaders were placed in harm's way. Secret Service has a principal role, and that is to provide protection for our party leaders, whether they're Republican, Democrat, or other. Rather, they are someone that we agree with or someone we disagree with. It's not it's a necessity. It's an imperative. And while we all have lots of questions, it appears abundantly clear that the two of you, and while we appreciate you being here, own no responsibility to the breach. And I respect the fact the questions are coming to you with limited facts. But I do appreciate your presence. I appreciate your leadership. I appreciate what you do. And for all the men and women in uniform, we thank you for putting your lives on the line to protect us. I will ask this general question. If you were in charge, can you say what you might have done differently?
I would defer to the Secret Service from the standpoint that our expertise in the Pennsylvania State Police is not primarily focused on full-time dignitary protection, sir. I would endeavor generally to try and put whatever resources and partnerships in place to maintain and ensure the safest event we possibly could.
Do you believe that the coordination failed between agencies?
Again, I can only comment on the state police portion at this point. We continue to learn more 10 days in, and I have not seen the Secret Service operations plans.
Mr. Yost, can you join us and share any light and your expertise on
Yes,
where we are and how can we make sure this absolutely never happens again, regardless of who might be at the podium? A president is a president is a president.
I could not agree with you more. In this situation, if I'm speaking on behalf of local law enforcement, or state law enforcement, I would say that, again, the primary responsibility of making these calls, making these decisions, and making the operations plans is going to be the Secret Service. As I mentioned earlier, there are some 19,000 agencies across this country. It would be impossible to have any continuity or any consistency with what we do in protecting, our leaders. So Secret Service would have to play a huge role in this part. If you're asking me personally what I would have done different, well, obviously I look at an assessment of the situation and look at all of the elevated positions that were in place. They should have been part of a contained area. But that's just my own personal view of not seeing news reports and not being on site.
I've never served in any form of law enforcement, but I think I would have figured that that perimeter should have been tighter. I think I could have figured out that there's no way that that building where the shooter sat and aimed should not have had snipers on top of it as well, negating any opportunity for a shooter to be there. Notwithstanding that there should have been a sweep of the area, we should have had our people on that building as a point of view for our former president. And as I said, a president, a president, a president, a former president, a former president, former president, a cabinet secretary, a leader. We deserve to have answers to these questions, because when we don't have answers, those who would rather divide and create theater by saying things that aren't true and they know are true, distorting facts, and trying to suggest that somehow people played an active role. Listen, the American people deserve the truth. And so I am imploring that we have somebody at these tables that can answer the questions, the good, the tough, the uncomfortable, the comfortable, because the American people deserve to know. This is something that should have never happened. And the committee, in a most bipartisan fashion, should stand together to make sure that we send a message always, that we will always protect their leaders, whether we agree with them or not. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez, for 5 minutes of question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Paris, Butler ESU was there. Any other law enforcement agency there?
According to the operations plan that's being put together, there were elements from Butler County Sheriff. Deputy sheriffs were on some of those interior posts, and thus they were on our.
I just need the answer.
I apologize. County sheriffs were in our operations plan. Pittsburgh City
You said that you were in the incident command center, that your agency was in the incident command center. Well, all the other agencies in that command center?
I believe that some of those agencies were represented, but I can't definitively tell you.
We need to find the answer to that. It was Butler ESU in that command center?
I was told at one point that there was a representative in there. How long and over what period, I'm not sure. I'm aware of 3.
So the agency that's in charge of the outside perimeter is in charge of the great threat. Because when you stand at the podium, and I stood there, and when you look, all you had to do is look around. There's the greatest threat right there. It's 100 yards away. It's elevated, a direct line of fire to the president. I stood on that roof. No problem standing on that roof. And yes, I am 70 years old. Okay. So the timeline is very important here. If in fact they thought that Mr. Brooks was so suspicious that they actually pulled the ESU snipers away, because there were counter snipers, what I understand, and stand in that window, a way to look for him. And from what I understand the timeline, it's about 20 minutes before the president came out. Was that information relayed to the Secret Service, that they were looking for a suspicious individual? And was that relayed to the Secret Service?
I believe that it was.
And was that relayed to the Secret Service, the team that surrounds the president himself?
I can't answer that.
Well, if it wasn't, that's another big mess up. And I can tell you, this is just one of a bunch of mess ups that I've seen. One of them, question that I have is, why in the world was that team from ESU in the building to begin with? Why weren't they on a rooftop? And hot, right? And so that's another question that I'm going to, where were you assigned? And your line of sight out of that window, unless you stick your head out of the window, is pretty limited, your view. So why were you inside, not outside? Who said for them to be inside and not outside? What did the Secret Service tell you were inside the perimeter, right?
Yes.
For the most part, you were inside the perimeter.
Me personally, or
No, I'm saying your agency was inside the perimeter. But actually the biggest threat was outside the perimeter. And so who developed the plan to protect the outside of the perimeter? There's only one agency. That's the United States Secret Service. Because you really can't ask the local agency to do that, because they're not in the business of dignitary protection. They don't do it all the time. You don't do it all the time. They do it all the time. So, Mr. Chairman, we're going to need those other agencies to come in. We need a timeline. Who said what to who, and what the action that was taken. You know, one thing that I noticed in another video, and I've got to find out if it's true, and it appears to be true, is that the snipers on the south side repositioned to look to the north side. And I want to know what the timeline for that was. How far in advance were the snipers, the counter snipers on the south side told, hey, you need to look at a threat on the north side? And how much time was there between that and then the shots being fired? Do you have any information on that?
I do not have a specific timeline.
Okay, and those are that's the information that we need. It's not unusual to have people on different frequencies. Actually, you have to, because you have so many people, but you have to have everybody in the same place so they communicate with each other. So we need to know if everybody that was in charge or had perimeter, but outside the perimeter, if they were all in that incident command center. And if they weren't, that's a huge problem too. Thank you. Now you back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Magaziner for 5 minutes. From Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, I just want to join my colleagues from both sides of the aisle earlier who recognized the tremendous legacy of our colleague, Sheila Jackson Lee, who, I feel very fortunate to have had even just a year and a half to work with on this committee. She always came prepared. She was diligent. She brought empathy and was a great example to us newer members. So I'm very grateful for her legacy, and I know it will live on for a long time. Also to my colleagues on both sides, in condemning the assassination attempt on former President Trump and condemn all acts of violence. Violence is not the answer. Our condolences go out to the family of Corey Comparator and all who were injured and traumatized by what occurred that day. And, I think about the children who were at that event and had to witness that. And that is something they will carry with them for the rest of their lives. We don't know the motive of the shooter at this time, but I remain concerned by the rising tide of political violence and domestic violent extremism in this country, which impacts all of us. This is something that some of us have been talking about a lot in this committee. In 2023, the U.S. Capitol Police investigated more than 8,000 cases of direct threats against members of Congress, a tenfold increase from 2015. And so I ask everyone, take down the rhetoric, remove violent rhetoric from our political
723.
discourse. Remember, as President Lincoln said, that we are not enemies but friends, and we have to appeal to the better angels of our nature. And yes, we have to make sure that this never happens again. It is welcome news that the director of the Secret Service has resigned, but if we say that that is enough, then we're not doing our jobs. We need to understand what protocols, policies, resources need to be changed, if any, to make sure this does not happen again. Colonel, I wanted to ask, I imagine the Pennsylvania State Police deals with lots of events like this, right? You have lots of political events, big events, Secret Service protectees who come in and out of Pennsylvania. So can you just help us understand, is it unusual to have such a small perimeter around an outdoor event like this one?
I would say that we routinely, as a matter of course, exercise deference to the Secret Service to set the perimeter for an event like this based on protectee.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that Pennsylvania is a state where anyone 18 and above can carry a firearm like an AR-15 without a license. It's an open carry state. And so the question is, outside of that perimeter, were there any controls in place or any, legal tools that you had at your disposal if an individual with a firearm had been spotted in 300, 400 yards of the former president?
I would defer to the Secret Service. I haven't seen their operations plan. So.
Right, but you as state police and then also the Butler local police who were responsible for areas outside of the perimeter, if this individual had been spotted earlier with a firearm because it is an open carry state, what legal tools would you have had at your disposal?
So we would have responded and attempted to make contact and ascertain what the person was doing there and what their activity was.
Yeah. So a number of us have asked questions about lines of communication, and I think that's important, right? Because to the layperson at home, what we're trying to understand is if this individual was spotted on the roof, as he appears to have been well over a minute before the shooting, did the local officers who spotted him know how to radio into the command center? Was information relayed? And then was it in turn relayed to the Secret Service? Questions, can you tell the public what you know about whether local officers outside the perimeter knew how to radio in a suspected threat whether there was an individual in the command center who was receiving those calls and communicating them to the Secret Service.
So I do know that Butler County set up a command post on the site itself, along with the Secret Service's command post, but they were not located in the same building. The exact communication between municipal officers and that command post or the county dispatch that they would rely on. The state police have our own statewide dispatching. We can communicate with the dispatching centers telephonically and through electronic means, but we maintain separate dispatching systems. So I would defer to
So the locals, I'm sorry, so the locals were not included in the Secret Service command center. The state police was or was not?
the PSP. I can assure you the PSP was in there.
Yeah.
Additional people, I was briefed on one occasion, there was a representative from Butler ESU that was in there. When they were in there, and the length is not really a focus at this point of our investigation into the homicide and the attempted 2 homicides, as well as the officer-involved shooting. So that sequence of events has come up pursuant to us investigating that, but I am very remiss to give you a minute timeline on what the communications were.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlemen, I now recognize Mr. Pfluger for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My deepest sympathies to the family of Sheila Jackson Lee. We worked very closely together on many things, and she was an excellent member of this committee. I agree with my colleague, Mr. Carter, when he talked about Americans deserve the truth. I absolutely agree with that. Also, Mr. Magaziner, talking about Republicans and Democrats working together on the oversight. Imagine if we worked together, the transparency that we could have on so many other issues that are going on right now. And I believe that that is possible for us to do. Thank you both for being here. Colonel Paris, was it clear to you, when we talk about rules of engagement, deconfliction plans, the assignments of which law enforcement agency will cover which section, did you have concerns prior to coming on stage? And if so, did you voice those concerns to the Secret Service?
So just to be clear, I was not present at the venue on July 13th.
But in the planning and the lead up,
Planning, my default position would be that our command structure reporting to the Secret Service.
And do you believe that it was absolutely clear that there were 0 questions of who was supposed to cover what areas of the venue?
I can only comment to our responsibilities, and I believe our responsibilities were delineated to us, and I believe we met or exceeded those responsibilities based on everything that I know as I sit here 10 days in.
I think there's still a lot of questions regarding the plan, you know.
Agreed.
And this is always in any sort of protection assignment, that's always the hardest thing. Who are friendly assets? Who could be a vulnerable hostile actor? Yos, do you get the impression that Secret Service at any point in the run-up to this or other events has been stretched thin when it comes to just the work hours that they are putting in, the resources that they have? Was that communicated in any way?
I can't speak directly to that. I can tell you that law enforcement across this country is stretched thin, just simply due to the inability to be able to attract the best and brightest at any levels in order to maintain the staffing levels we need. So if that is the case, we're not meeting those levels in Secret Service because of our inability to be able to recruit, then we need to address that. Or if it's the alignment of assets and the assignment of individuals, then that in itself is something as well, and something I'm not in a position to about, other than to recognize that there's 2 huge factors here that need to be addressed.
Well, it's clear that that's the case, and God bless both of you for what you do, for the hours that you put in and to protect our communities. And without you, we need you, and we advocate for you. I want to talk about now that leads me into this next question. There's a piece of legislation, HR 8081, called the Disgraced Act. It says denying infinite security and government mouthful of basically taking details away from people that could include those who are convicted. Talk to me about the impact impact if former President Trump did have a protected U.S. Secret Service there? Talk to me about the impact on state and local partners to protect them in any of the communities that you represent. And by the way, he also was responsible for taking out al-Baghdadi, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, Soleimani, and the Iranian government wants to do harm to him and other people like him. So what's the impact if you don't have Secret Service help?
More than happy to you. So I think, I'm trying not to become very political. I think the President of the United States, who has, by simple virtue of his position, having served as president, deserves a certain protection because of his service to the country. So the rest of these things are all enough for me to decide that a responsibility to our leaders.
This is not political. That's not political. He deserves protection. You're absolutely right. Colonel Paris?
I would just echo that my understanding is it's a federal statute that creates the Secret Service and task them with those responsibilities. So to contemplate, I would reflect back to the legislature to contemplate.
If he was denied a protected detail in Pennsylvania this past weekend prior, what would that have done to your local resources to protect him adequately?
I think the removal of any resource inherently makes the burden on the surrounding resources that would have been committed somewhat additional.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I go back.
Gentleman yields. Point of order. Gentleman's recognized.
So I appreciate the gentleman's question, but let me put it another way to the witnesses. The reference legislation.
Mr. Ranking Member, I mean, a question to the witness would be someone yielding to you. A point of order, I'm allowing you to make a point of order.
Thank you. Well, the point of order is, if you read the bill, it says that if you are a felon and sentenced by a judge,
Mr. Chairman,
then you would not be, that's my point of order, that you would not have service. You have to be a convicted felon and sentenced. Now, at the time the bill was filed, nobody who was a protectee was a convicted felon. But if who are lawyers here know that once you are a convicted felon and sentenced, you are remanded the custody of that particular law enforcement agency for custody. It's an anomaly to try to say that the Secret Service would have to protect a felon in jail, a convicted felon. So this whole notion about my legislation, I just say to the gentleman, if you read it, it says you have to be a convicted felon and sentenced. Now, we are not there. The conjecture, you can do whatever you want. But let me be clear about the bill. Republicans, a lot about the bill, saying it's about former President Trump and would take away his security. That just is not true. The bill doesn't mention former Trump, President Trump, and it would not have affected security at this tragic event. The bill talks about any Secret Service protectee who is convicted of a felony and sentenced to serve jail time, and it does not take away security. The bill makes clear that when a protectee is sentenced and remanded because of the prison officials, the Secret Service is able to hand off the prisoner in an orderly fashion, and that Secret Service agents aren't forced to become correctional officers too. That's the legislation. That's all it says. For the record, we can go back to
The gentleman will need to get to his point of order. And
well, point of order is the line of question is inconsistent with the legislation. And it does not say on that day on for the Trump without Secret Service protection. He is
You don't have to do
not
any of that
sentenced.
portion. Yeah.
If he's not sentenced, he will still have the protection. Plain and simple.
So you yield, On your point of order, Mr. Ranking Member? Okay. I want to make a point of order then as well. And, you know, a lot of times we hear from both sides of the aisle about rhetoric and how rhetoric and the things we do in messaging bills that we do, shapes discussion.
Yeah, you can, or you can
impacts
just get a pay
people.
card from us.
And
Big card,
first,
that-
my point of order is prison isn't necessarily a
And you can add that later. You can always
safer
log into your
flow
portal
to
and
suggest
add
that
your
somehow
direct
you'd have the
deposit later if
security
you want to.
necessary in a prison, I think is just not an accurate statement. In terms of, you know, I agree with the ranking member that his bill did say that it would not apply in this particular case. But, you know, it's more about what we're doing and what we're saying at certain times that generates the attitude in our society. And so I just make that point of order about this particular legislation. I made in my opening remark.
It was clear that this bill was filed well in advance.
Okay.
So to connect, you mentioned
That's probably him then.
timing. It's important to mention timing, that it wasn't.
Well, we don't want to debate the bill. We're here to hear from witnesses that are here. So I'm going to go ahead and end this now. And we're going to.
Okay. Well, if you turn Bill, I'm going to go ahead and hang on to it too.
Thank
So
you,
he's not
Mr.
the one.
Chairman. And I want
Robert
to
Kennard is the
associate
other one.
myself
Okay,
with the remarks of our members here with respect to the loss of Miss Jackson Lee. It's with deep sadness that I feel her loss. I share not only this committee with her, but on the Judiciary Committee as well. And she was insightful and inspirational in the way she handled herself and her role here in Congress. I also want to join with the comments about the comparator family and the individuals who were injured on the day of the shooting. And I want to thank the chair for taking us up to Butler yesterday. My only regret about it was that it was too quick. And I think that, and I didn't know it was going to be like that, frankly, until after we got there and had a chance to talk to people in the community. But when we got there, they were very anxious to talk to us. In particular, I had conversation with Angela Flieger, supervisor for, and I hope I don't butcher this too bad, Connequenessing Township, was extremely helpful, and Sam Zerzolo, who is a commissioner from Butler Township. And they were able to provide information on several fronts that I think we need to pay attention to, not just for this particular event, but going forward. Could you hit a video for me there? I think Ms. Flieger tried to produce this and send it to me. The red building is the one that was directly behind the stage. The building in the center there was where the shooter was. The reason I'm asking for this to be shown is that as you get past the middle of it, look to the opposite side of the field from where the shots came. Oh, you can stop now. There. Just sort of standing at the front. I'm a former federal prosecutor. I don't have a background in protection, but my thought was, why would we pick a spot where you had that many roofs that were built? Crane, I definitely defer to your experience as a sniper in the military, and your point about picking the water tower as a higher point would have been a good one, I think, to consider. And I'm curious about finding out what the Secret Service would say about that. But I just thought that this was a bad site to pick, no matter where you put them. There was just too many openings. The field was totally open. And one of the things that Ms. Flieger pointed out was that to the side of this spot here, the stage was right in front of those two. And she also showed me a photo of her husband going in on that day, fence that wasn't guarded in the perimeter area. Another point that she made was that the night before the speech was done, she and 50 or 60 other people from the community came to decorate the stage and, put up the red, white, and blue blending and the Trump signs and everything. But the point shared was that none of those people were vetted before they went into the area and were up at the stage and, you know, could have done anything, I think was the point that she made. And also noted that apparently the shooter had hidden the gun somewhere on the site by, I think, where the, I hate to call the name of the business, but the business where the shooter ended up taking the shots from. So I think there's a variety of concerns here that I look for the context of this committee or the oversight committee or the task force that's been proposed. Whoever does it needs to go talk to these folks, because the ones that I talked with had not been interviewed by the FBI, Secret Service, or local police. And they have information that I think we should have, especially in making decisions about going forward. And then just a couple quick points before my time runs out. I think it came up with respect to the communications piece. I appreciate Mr. Yoy's comments there, but we need to figure out not just what happened that day, but when we do these at other sites across the country going forward, what's going to happen with the communications? And if they're not using the national bandwidth that was set up, how can we make sure that that happens in the future? And then with respect to the local police not reinventing the wheel every time, one of them suggested, you know, maybe some kind of clearinghouse or information where local police departments, local elected officials, who, for example, in this instance, didn't find out the president was coming until a few days before, and therefore had to scramble to catch up. I believe she called your office, Congressman Kelly, to figure out what was going on, and you hadn't even been told about it yet. So we need to get to a point where we've got better communication, that we're giving elected officials and law enforcement at the local and state level more lead time and more information so they can prepare for these events. And I know that the director has resigned, but I think it's critical to make sure that we go forward with the investigation of the Secret Service, whether she's there or not. And then the last point, I apologize for running over, is that to the Secret Service and Homeland Security, I know there's going to be a process now to replace her, but that cannot get in the way of us sorting out what happened on that day, and more importantly, what we need to take forward, because we've got other events coming up in the very near future. We got to make sure we take those lessons quickly, and so we can move them forward. And I thank the chair for his deference for giving me a little.
Making an excellent point, and I didn't want to stop you, Mr. Ivey. I now recognize Mr. Garbarino, the gentleman from New York, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Colonel Paris, there have been conflicting reports about the location of state and local law enforcement. Secret Service Director, I believe that former Secret Service Director said that local police were in the same building that the gunman fired from, while other accounts indicate law enforcement was in an adjacent building. Were any Pennsylvania state troopers, state police assigned to the building where the shooting happened?
There were no state troopers, to my knowledge, assigned there, sir.
Do you know if any other local law enforcement?
ESU were assigned. When you say that building, I'm referring to there's a series of buildings there that have covered walkways or second-story walkways that allow you to, almost like a pole barn. To my knowledge, there were no troopers assigned to that location, sir.
Thank you. As technology has evolved, drones have become widely available to both law enforcement and the general public. For a large event with this level of security, would you normally expect law enforcement to use drones for surveillance and deploy counter-drone technology?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Would you normally expect law enforcement to use drones for surveillance and deploy counter-drone technology?
Well, obviously, as I mentioned earlier, just, my experience at this location is there are a number of elevated locations that should have been secured. There are a lot of ways to secure that. They could be with individuals assigned to it, but certainly an Overwatch to be able to get a good visual of those locations is paramount.
So it's been reported that the Secret Service apparently did not use drones for surveillance, but the shooter was able to fly his own drone over the area earlier on the day of the rally and get aerial footage of the site. Do you know if that's true?
I have no direct knowledge.
Were you, okay, so, and you know if whether or not local, state, Secret Service enforcement was aware of any drone use?
I've heard the news reports, but I have no direct knowledge.
Would you consider this a major security breach?
Absolutely.
Now, it's also been reported, Colonel Paris, that the local law enforcement spotted the shooter outside the AGR building and on its roof minutes prior to the shooting. Did local police alert the Secret Service that the gunman was on or around the AGR building roof? Do you know?
So this goes to my earlier qualifier about the timeline, but my understanding of the sequence of events is that he was determined to be suspicious as a result of behavior that he was exhibiting, milling around that area in front of the AGR building. A text thread that was going, I've been briefed, between the ESU members. They identified, they took a photo of him at some point when he utilized the rangefinder. The suspicion was heightened. So I know at a certain point in the command post, a member of PSP received a phone call and a text message from members of ESU. And I know from an interview that that was immediately read in the command post to the Secret Service.
And what happened? Yeah. So that was my next question. So what happened? What actions were taken after it was relayed?
So when the PSP member read information and verbally turned right around, gave it to the Secret Service, our member was provided with a number to which the picture that had been taken by the Butler ESU members on that group thread, to that should be sent. Our member did that, and our understanding was that was some element of the Secret Service.
So this was all reported. This was all reported to Secret Service, and they gave him Secret Service, then sent him back one of your officers a number back to send the information back to. Is that what you just said?
That's my understanding.
When did that happen?
Again, the actual timeline, I'm very remiss. Timelines need to be hammered out exactly to the minute, but I would say, the overall timeline is about an hour before is when he became suspicious to ESU. What I want to say is, if we know that former President Trump was shot at 11 hours, it was probably in the vicinity of 25 to 30 minutes, but I want to make sure that's a very...
So it was before he went on to speak.
But at that point, just to be clear, he was determined to be suspicious. There was no information that he possessed a weapon. He was outside of that building where the ESU was posted. They were being vigilant. It's, I think, relevant that there were other people at the venue who were suspicious and reported likewise in a close temporal nexus to that as well.
But just to confirm, the Secret Service had this information that there was a suspicious individual. He had used a rangefinder, which made him even more suspicious. And this was all reported to them prior to President Trump being allowed on the stage to speak?
I believe, again, I'll defer to when the president came out. I know that that was probably 20 to 25 minutes before 11 hours. And steps were taken by the municipal officers over in that area they were actively looking for crooks. You saw the building yesterday. That's a pretty wide footprint. They began looking for him. There were scores of people making their way across that facility. Again, just for some context, there were over 100 people that day that necessitated or in requiring medical attention due to the heat. There was a missing 6-year-old. This individual was deemed to be suspicious because he was walking around and not moving into the venue. The rangefinder obviously heightened that, and they were that space who were attending the event to the secure perimeter.
Was he the only one determined to be suspicious?
The gentleman, to wrap it up,
Oh, he
and
was-
perhaps somebody else will yield to you or me
I yield back.
on this topic.
Right, prosecutor. First, I do want to mention how sad it is to see Sheila Jackson Lee's empty seat there. What an incredible inspiration to so many of us, and a member and advocate. Community presence, and we really are sorry to miss her. She would be very eager to be asking questions here today, because there are a lot of unanswered questions, and I sat through a 4.5-hour hearing yesterday with the director of the Secret Service, and we got no information. So I'm going to jump on, piggyback off of Mr. Garbarino. Where you left off is that you relayed, or PSP relayed the photograph to the number that the Secret Service directed your officer to. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, did anything come back? Any instructions, directions come back from the Secret Service?
So again, that is left to the after action. We're trying to come up with a sequence of events that led to Crooks on top of the building where he ultimately took the shots. So
Right. I said a specific timeline. I'm trying to just figure out the sequence, because you said that many of your officers or Butler ESU officers were looking for Crooks. That was after that photograph was relayed to Secret Service?
My understanding was after the photo was relayed to the our trooper in the command post, and yes, Crooks was in that area around the building. My understanding is 2 additional officers who were on a different post responded to that, or they circumscribed the building to try and locate him. It became apparent at some point that he was up on roof. Those 2 municipal officers who responded then, to their credit, actively, once they realized that he was on the roof, one boosted the other one up, hanging from the ledge of the roof. By the time final position that you saw, he had the AR out, and he pointed it at the municipal officer who suspended from the roof, was not in a position, feet dangling at that point, to draw a weapon or continue hoisting himself back up on the roof. He drops back down from the roof. And at this point, I believe that's when the video that's been widely circulated with people filming Crooks up on the roof, saying there's somebody up on the roof. There were other law enforcement around the building running, but their vantage point on the ground did not lend a clear line of sight to where Crooks was at the top of that building. One of our troopers on roving also was notified. That word went out, and he responded about the time that the municipal officer was boosting the other officer up onto the roof.
What was he notified of?
I don't know specifically. That's going to be part of the after action. But obviously, that was Crooks was suspicious. He had not gone into the venue, and they were actively doing everything they could to try and locate him.
So the local officers who were outside perimeter in charge of securing the outside perimeter area, one way or another, understood or got direction that they needed to try to find Crooks, presumably to ask him questions, interview him. Is that the
I
protocol?
don't want to speak for I haven't seen the Secret Service.
Yeah, just come a little bit early.
operations plan, what their responsibilities were, and
All right,
what their
we'll see you
understanding
Thursday.
of those were from the Secret Service. I don't want to comment on it.
But somehow they got the message.
Somehow there
they
was
knew.
information that he was suspicious time that officer was hoisted up onto the roof and saw him. He had the weapon out.
Do you know how long it was between the time that the photograph was relayed to the Secret Service and the time it was trying to hoist himself onto the roof?
So that's a critical,
yes,
detailed, salient question. I would answer it from the reverse time period, from if the first shots rang out, it's 11 hours. The hoisting up of the officer occurred probably no more. Or again, I'm going to give you, I would say at most 2.5 to 3 minutes before that first shot rung. Right.
And when
they were notified in the interim, it still remains under investigation.
Right. And when he fell off of he let go.
Was the municipal officer saw Crooks saw him, and Crooks turned. And leveled the gun at him.
And he let go, right?
He let go and he fell back down.
And was there at that point any communications that there's a shooter on the roof from the municipal officers who were there?
That after action. We're just trying to get a sequence of events up to the point when Crooks then fired the weapon. So that's been the focus of our investigation.
But there was at least, you said you thought 2.5 to 3 minutes between the time when the municipal officers tried to hoist on top of the roof, Crooks pointed the gun at them, they dropped, and then that time and when he fired the shots.
I don't want to give you an exact period of time, but it was minutes. It was a very short period of time, even for his ability.
But not seconds.
I would say minutes, but I can't. I would be remiss if I gave you, and I want to be very clear on the record. When you do an investigation like this, the timeline is critical. You're asking me. I was briefed. I'm answering to the best of my ability right now.
And I know my time is up, Colonel Paris. I want to thank you for providing us with this information. It was incredibly disappointing that the director of the Secret Service did not provide any of this information yesterday. I think it is good that we're going to have somebody new at the top, but just having somebody new does not answer the questions. And
Couldn't agree more.
Mr. Chairman, I know you are working diligently to try to get witnesses here. This is not an academic exercise. This is not something that the American people can wait 60 days for. With these gaps in information, there are conspiracy theories, there is disinformation, and all of our safety is at risk, political violence is escalated, and we need to know these answers. I thank you for bringing these witnesses here. And
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate the tag team between two sides to get to the details on this, because this is poignant, very poignant. I now recognize Ms. Green for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Paris, I'd like to carry the dog on about the specific timeline. I have a timeline that was given to us on the Oversight Committee yesterday when questioned former Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle, as she has resigned today. But the timeline that I'd like to talk to you about is exactly what you were just discussing here. 18 minutes before President Trump took the stage, it was at 5:45 that the Butler County Emergency Services noticed Thomas Crooks on the roof, took a picture and reported it. You stated just a few minutes before in your testimony that police or PSP were given a phone number to the Secret Service, and that Butler County Emergency Services texted or sent the picture. Was that a text? Was that a digital platform? Was it an email? How did they send the picture?
So just to be clear, at that period of time, at 18:45, I don't believe the testimony was
5:45 p.m.
17:45, 5:45 p.m. Yes, ma'am. He was not up on the roof at that point, is my.
No. Emergency Service timeline that we have took a picture and reported it. Who did they send that picture to?
Just to be clear, they were
just,
posted in
the little,
the AGR
circle
building
next-
and took a picture of him. That's what you're.
To the owl there?
Yes, who did they send the picture to?
From interview, what I can confirm to my knowledge and belief
Little
here today
owl
that
there.
are a member of Pennsylvania State Police in the command, electronically and by text, related to the Secret Service, and then was given a number to follow up on. And that was based, again, heightened suspicion.
How did they relay it to Secret Service?
I believe that they verbally turned and said in the command post, this is information I just received, and followed that as directed from the interview that I was briefed on. That was forwarded by text as requested by the Secret Service.
Can you give us copies of that communication and that phone number that was given to them was for Secret Service?
So that's part of the ongoing investigation, and I would defer to the legality of.
Can you find that information and provide it to our committee?
I will look to see if legally I will consult chief counsel within the state police, but it is an ongoing criminal investigation.
Email.
So after it was reported, President Trump took the stage at 6:03 p.m. All of this took place. This was 18 minutes before President Trump actually took the stage at 6:03 p.m. President Trump was shot in the face at 6:11 p.m. This has all been reported, these timelines. Why do you not have a timeline?
Because it's not the timeline is going to be critical after action report. Obviously, we're conducting an investigation with the FBI. We have been deferential to the FBI in terms of what has been released to the media. I was present for one press briefing on the night of Saturday night, July 13th. And we've been deferential to the FBI on that. So I would refer you to the FBI, the timelines that you're quoting. I just want to be clear on the record. To my knowledge and belief, I don't have a minute-by-minute timeline. I've had multiple briefings about what these interviews have been, but they're from the perspective of PSP investigating the homicide and the 2 attempted homicides.
Thank you, Colonel. During the event, at what point in the day was someone from your team first made aware that there was a potential suspicious person or possible threat?
So based on my knowledge and belief, that information relayed to the command post from Butler ESU, in terms of crooks, was the first time that I'm aware of. Again, keeping in mind, I've heard estimates that there were 13,000 people there. There were multiple people, several that were identified in that area.
Yes, thank you. Now, you stated before in your questions that you haven't seen an operation plan, but didn't your team participate, and why haven't you seen the plan?
So as my answer prior on the record, and my understanding is that our walkthrough with our commanders and our area commander was to delineate what our responsibilities were, and we endeavored to fulfill those responsibilities.
Who was the Secret Service agent in charge of the advance team?
I don't know the name of the agent.
How was PSP supposed to communicate with Secret Service on the advance team?
You mean in the planning leading up? So my understanding is, as typical, my email on July 5th, the meeting on July 8th, Monday, was to get all of those partners together to exchange information, how they could communicate with one another, and then the planning took place from there.
Could you provide our committee a copy of all those communications, Colonel Pierce?
So I will check with our legal counsel. I mean, Pennsylvania has multiple state statutes that cover investigative plans or law enforcement sensitive information.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, one more thing, if I may. Trump's Secret Service protection could be removed. Thompson's protection legislation was introduced while the politically weaponized government was prosecuting former President Donald Trump. This would leave him at risk. I'd also like to state for the record for this committee that over 140 inmates are murdered in prison every single year. This is a dangerous place, prison is, and of course, 8% of violence in prison leads to murder of inmates. This legislation is reckless, and the minority ranking member needs to withdraw this legislation that would lead to the murder of President Trump.
Ladies, time has expired. I now recognize, well, we're not going to debate.
You think that statement should be made when the ranking member is here so we can at least address it? Thank you.
He made his point earlier about his bill. There's a difference of opinion, I suppose. But y'all are out. Okay. I now recognize Mr. LaLota for 5 minutes question.
Thank you, Chairman. 10 days ago.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman.
10 days ago, a 20-year-old with no military or law enforcement training, with no more than about $1,000 worth of equipment, and apparently working alone, thwarted the United States Secret Service, an agency with a $3 billion budget and about 8,000 personnel. In the early phases of this investigation, the Secret Service, it is clear the Secret Service exhibited poor tactics, including substandard two-way communications with state and local PD. They displayed a lack of strategy, including not employing drones to surveil the risks to President Trump and the crowd. And since July 13th, the Department of Homeland Security and the Secret Service, evidenced by them not being here today, has avoided accountability by, among other things, avoiding hearings like this. The attempted assassination of former President Trump, the leading candidate for president in 2024, shocked the conscience of nearly every American, regardless of party affiliation. We, the members of the Homeland Security Committee from both sides of the aisle, are here today to ask questions and about those who are in charge that day, to hold the Secret Service accountable but more importantly, to ensure this never happens again. Chairman, thank you for hosting this hearing. Colonel Paris, you're the Commissioner of the Pennsylvania State Police Department?
Yes, sir, I am.
And your testimony, sir, is that approximately 25 minutes, and won't hold you to the exacts, but approximately 25 minutes before the first shots were fired, that local law enforcement officers identified Crooks as suspicious?
As suspicious, yes, sir.
And what was it that led those officers to conclude that Crooks was suspicious?
My understanding was that he was milling about and he stood out to them because he never made his way to a point of ingress to the venue. In defense of possible hypotheses, could have been waiting for somebody, could have been delayed, but he stood out to them and they, from their vantage point at the AGR building, identified him as suspicious.
That was 62 minutes prior, as I understand the timeline. That first one, it was 25 minutes prior for the rangefinder.
Thank you, Chairman. And Commissioner, with respect to him being suspicious, were there other folks who were also in the crowd identified as suspicious by law enforcement?
I have been briefed that Eagles, which would be consistent with normal operations for a detail like this, that are identified as suspicious.
Can we take that as a single-digit number of other folks?
The number that I was briefed on was single digit, but I can't say definitively that that was.
What number were you briefed on, Colonel?
Excuse me?
What number were you briefed on?
I believe I was briefed on an additional 3 individuals.
Okay, so Crooks plus 3. My understanding is you had about 30 Pennsylvania State Police Officer time rally?
That were assigned to the detail, both responsibilities of the detail, yes, sir.
And were all of them assigned to your area of the perimeter, not the interior where the Secret Service held the most jurisdiction?
I'm confused by your question, sir.
My understanding, what committee been told, is there were 2 layers of defense of President Trump. 1, the interior, which the Secret Service held the most domain over, and 2, the exterior perimeter, which had ceded a lot of authorities to state and local. Is that your understanding as well, Colonel?
I don't want to get convoluted with different perimeters. I'm familiar that there was a VIP seating area up front. When I refer to the secure perimeter, I'm talking about the fencing that goes around the Butler County Farm Show. All of our people were detailed at various locations inside of that.
Thanks. It leads me to the next question. If staff can queue up the Eli Crane video at about second number 1 or 2. This is the AGR building. I and several of my colleagues were there yesterday in Butler. Kudos to Mr. Crane for getting this good video. My understanding from your prior testimony is there were 2 officers stationed or assigned, I think was your testimony, to this building?
I'm aware of 2, but I don't want to say, again, not having seen the
And they were assigned, sir?
My understanding is that the Secret Service and Butler ESU had some sort of collaboration, and that was to be covered.
What was their assignment in the buildings? Sir,
I cannot comment. I'd be remiss not.
were they assigned to be in the building?
I can't
What were
comment.
the qualifications of the people assigned to or around the building? ESU guys, SWAT guys, long guns, good tactics?
They would be, as the name implies, but I defer to their exact training. I'm not aware of it specifically.
But your understanding is through the duration of the incident to at least the first shots fired, they were entirely within the building, not on the building, sir?
I don't 100% want to say where they were the entire period.
But you don't have an understanding as to whether they were assigned to be in the building or on top of it?
I don't. I would need to see the Secret Operations.
And would that have been left to the discretion of state and local, or would that have been left to the discretion of the Secret Service? It sounds like you're saying would have been left to the discretion of the Secret Service.
I would say it's the Secret Service as the lead agency, just like they told us. Here's the point. This is the motor we want. I would defer to the Secret Service.
Thanks, Colonel. When in Butler yesterday, we asked the question, why weren't the 2 well-qualified ESU officers on top of the building rather than in it? What would you say? Or told this it was a hot day in Butler and there was air conditioning inside the building and not on the building. What would be your reaction to that assertion, Colonel?
I can't respond to it. I have no firsthand knowledge about it.
Was it a hot day in Butler that day?
I believe it was a warm day.
And of no knowledge of whether or not the Secret Service or anybody else assigned these 2 officers to be in the building and not on it?
No, sir.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields, and we're going to go out of order because Mr. Luttrell has to get to his committee. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you pull the video back up, please? Just for clarification, that is the exact point where the shooter was positioned, correct? looking through that window in proximity to, if you give a range fan, if you was to expose yourself to that window, is that the shooter's position? No? In relation to that video, where is the shooter's position at? Just further on the left side. And Mr. Paris, can you clarify something? There were issues internal to the building or in proximity to the building in that location, correct?
I don't know to that specific location, but they were assigned to the AGR building.
And once the call went out that you had a bad actor in, the agents in the building left their position to try to find that individual?
My understanding is he was on the ground, moving around the perimeter, and they moved to actively aid in the search along with additional municipal officers.
Does it make sense that ESU agents would be positioned inside the windows so they'd have a better vantage point out into where the X is, where the asset is located?
Could you ask that question again, Chris?
It makes sense to me that the ESU agents would be positioned in these windows, the windows that they're talking about in this building, so they could have better eyes on the asset, the president, instead of internal to the building milling about. Is that a fair assessment?
I'm remiss because I don't know what the conversation was and what the responsibilities delineated.
I think my concern is if we did have agents, let's just speak hypothetically here, if agents were positioned in these windows in order to provide protection for the asset, and then they were released, and I'm assuming they work in pairs, correct? There's only 2 of them, or is there 4 of them in the building? Do we know the answer?
From my briefings, there were 2.
There were 2. But to me, it would make sense that one would stay behind in order to cover the X or cover the asset. And then one would engage in activity to find the actor that they were trying to identify, correct? I think my concern is the individuals may, and I hate to say this out loud, but if we didn't do due justice and we left that asset exposed because both ESU agents went to look for a bad actor, we just gave the shooter a bowling alley.
I don't know what their responsibilities and their rules of engagement were, not having seen the Secret Service operations plan. And I'm reluctant to speculate at this point, 10 days out, sir. I would rely on the reviews yet to come.
When it comes to Secret Service, talk comms matrix here real quick. When it comes to Secret Service and the local law enforcement, the state law enforcement, I understand that they are housed in the same, is there a common communication channel? And if so, does each agent and each officer that's working the event have, I'm going to use old terminology, do they have an avalanche call? Do they have a no joy? When they see something that raises the red flag, can any officer radio in, go, no go? We are not, hold the asset in place. We have somebody that we're looking for. And if they do or if they don't, how many people does that have to go through to get to the right actor in order to say stop?
I don't know.
Okay, we need to figure that out. Because if I'm an ESU agent in this window and I have to radio a person who has to radio somebody else to get to the main person, then to call it, the dishes are done.
I'm aware of 3 radio systems in operation, PSPs, the Secret Service, and Butler counties.
All communicating on different channels.
Technically, yes, but the integration occurs, I can only speak from PSP, our integration occurs by us having somebody inside of the Secret Service command post. Again, for an incident of this magnitude, in theory, the more people you have on the same channel, if there was medical emergency or lost 6-year-old and everybody keys up at once, it paralyzes your communication.
I understand that, but if there's one specific channel that you can go to call an avalanche and say, which is freeze the asset, I think that would be necessary. Now, you mentioned something earlier. You guys have done about 20 events this year in Pennsylvania. So, and you spoke, it's common. Now, the military folks in this room are going to understand it's the first month of deployment and the last month of deployment are the most dangerous times to be in combat. One, because you get there the first month, you have no idea what's going on. And then you're there and you get common. You get complacent. And before you leave, that last month, situational awareness kind of dies down a little bit, and that's when bad things happen. There's absolutely nothing common in protecting a president, ever. And as we move forward, I don't want that to be a term that we use, because common just got our president, our former president, shot. And if these assets would have been on high alert, and I'm not saying that they weren't, but when things become common, we get complacent.
I've instructed our commanders moving forward, if there is any, my expectation would be that through the collaboration and the planning of these events, you want more people there, you want people voicing issues and everybody operating on the same page in a unified command. But I have instructed our commanders, the ops plans get reviewed prior to this up through our Deputy Commissioner of Operations, Lieutenant Colonel Bivens, seated here behind me today. But as a result of this, if there are any issues that our people see, we are ordering them to flag them, and we'll work collaboratively moving forward for the remainder of the season and moving forward.
Thanks, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. And our witnesses, at any point where we're going to probably go at least another hour here, if you need to take a break, just let me know and just give me the high sign or a thumbs up. Y'all are okay right now? Or are you? Take a break? All right, we'll do 5 minutes and 5 minutes only. The restroom's right down the hallway to your right. Adjourn.
I was just having the same
Actually, I want to get to the check for you work tomorrow. We have this waiting list going. One of the things I'm going to tell you guys during this orientation is to make sure you update your phone number to change, because whenever they request people, we're going to put that number. And if that number no longer working, I can recall it. So I've got about 20 people on my list. And the number's we'll show you the number. And they'll follow me in the month. So we should do this before we leave. That'll work. Yeah, work. That's what I think will happen. Honestly, you see it above the one community is pretty neat. You can have access to radio, just bring something out.
Yeah, that's it. Excuse me. I'm gonna forget that off.
Yeah. The Jets across from us, it's not a public one. They don't want us letting everybody know. They won't let us do it anymore. All right.
Building futures, chasing green. Every step, a chance to shine. In this life, I'm on the line. Late night grind, the stars at night. Dreams alive in the beyond life. Friends and men go in this game, just put on a show. Sweat and tears, a story told. Living life, fearless and bold. Heart on fire, I won't retreat. This daily hustle can't be beat. Everyday grind, rise and fall. Chasing dreams through it all. 808s and rhythms intertwine. In this hustle we'll redefine. Everyday grind, push through the strife. With every beat we live this life. Together we rise, never alone. In this hustle we find our home. When the world feels heavy, hold on tight. Feel the rhythm, let it ignite. Through the struggles we'll find our way. In this hustle, so we seize the day. Sunset fades, but we don't sleep. Dreams are calling, promises to keep. With every challenge, we grow and learn. In this fire, watch the passion burn. From dawn to dusk, we carry on. With every beat, a brand new song. We're the fighters, the dreamers too. In this hustle, it's me and you. Everyday grind, we rise and fall. Chasing dreams through it all. 808s and rhythms intertwine. In this hustle we'll redefine. Everyday grind, push through the strife. With every beat we live this life. Together we rise, never alone. In this hustle we find a home. Everyday grind, rise and fall. Chasing dreams through it all. It's rhythms intertwine. In this hustle we'll redefine. Everyday grind, push through the strife. With every beat we live this life. Together we rise, never alone.
Version 001 Jukebox. This song is called Everyday Grind.
Yeah. We rise with the sun, chasing dreams never done. Hustle hard, just begun, living life we're on the run. Coffee brews, the morning calls. City streets where ambition sprawls. Rushing wheels, the rhythm flows. In this grind everybody knows. From 9 to 5, we hustle keen. Building futures, chasing green. Every step, a chance to shine. In this life, I'm on the line. Late night grind, stars ignite. I need my life. Friends and foes, they come and go. In this game, just put on a show. Sweat and tears, stay cold. Living life fearless and bold. Heart on fire, I won't retreat. This daily hustle can't be beat. Everyday grind, we rise and fall. Chasing dreams through it all. 808s and rhythms intertwine. In this hustle we'll redefine. Everyday grind, push through the strife. With every beat we live this life. Together we rise, never alone. In this hustle we find our home. When the world feels heavy, hold on tight. Feel the rhythm, let it ignite. Through the struggles we'll find our way. In this hustle we seize the day. Sunset fades, but we don't sleep. Dreams are calling, promises to keep. With every challenge we grow and learn. In this fire, watch the passion burn. From dawn to dusk, we carry on. With every beat, a brand new song. We're the fighters, the dreamers too. In this hustle, it's me and you. Everyday grind, we rise and fall. Chasing dreams through it all. 808s and rhythms intertwine. In this hustle we'll redefine. Everyday grind, push through the strife. With every beat we live this life. Together we rise, never alone. In the world we'll feel the rhythm, let it ignite. Through the struggles we'll find our way. In this hustle today, every grind, push through the strife. With every beat we live this life. Together we rise.
Sometimes if you get
Everyday grind, we rise and fall. Chasing dreams through it all. 808s and rhythms intertwine. In this hustle we'll redefine. Everyday grind, push through the strife. With every beat we live this life. Together we rise.
Version 001 Jukebox. This song is called Chasing
Scheming underneath the stars, never sleeping. Late nights with bass flow, got a vision, and it's clearer than the sky. Every moment's a step. Watch me rise, watch me fly from the dirt roads to the city lights. Grit and crime and flame the fights. Ain't no high enough to break my stride. With dreams in my pocket, I'm ready for the ride. Late night talks with the moon on the rise. Whispers of hope, reflections in our eyes.
Version's music lovers. Just finished a track titled Everyday Grind. It's in the queue and it's about to light up the night.
I'm shooting for the stars with every note. I'm breaking down these bars. Chasing stars, we're reaching for the light. Dreams in our hearts, we'll take flight tonight.
Oh,
Yeah, it looks
98.
like, they really tried.
Yeah. 98% likely that the audio was generated in labs, which is an AI voice tool.
Kamala probably had a pillow and suffocated him with that's
Yeah, my pillow. Yeah. It was a my pillow.
Yeah,
that she used. Yeah, that is not a good sign. Then also in the news, I'm probably going to cover this in like a standalone video because this is wild. In fact, actually, I might just we might put this as a clip. So, a psycho on an ATV has been going, harassing the town of Hancock, Michigan. He ran over an 80-year-old man and was involved in a string of crimes. Police say the attacks are politically motivated, and he's specifically targeting Trump supporters. You probably won't see this story on the mainstream media. Which you see on Sunday, July 21st, the Hancock Police Department responded to 2 incidents involving vehicles that were intentionally vandalized at approximately 5:45 in the 1600 block of Anthony Street. The same subject driving an ATV was allegedly with intention to do harm, drove into a resident's yard, running over an 80-year-old man who was posting a political sign. It was a Trump sign.
Oh,
the
an
victim was-
80-year-old dude, like, my goodness. That
The Hancock Police Department is looking for any help. Now, the Hancock Police Department would like to thank the community, local police agencies, and media for their assistance. This is an update as of this morning. The driver of the ATV was identified last evening in the ongoing investigation. And at the time, the subject's name will not be released. Well, gee, I wonder why.
Oh.
I wonder why. Here's a little clip of the news covering it.
Hancock City Police say they need your help to find someone who could have caused a string of incidents over the weekend.
The cases range from vandalism to a hit and run involving an ATV. TV6's Vinny Lavia joins us in the studio to break down what we know. Vinny.
Grace, Cody, the Hancock Police Department is asking the community to help identify a suspect in a string of incidents in the city yesterday. The incidents are 2 vehicle vandalizations and a hit and run. All 3 are suspected to be politically motivated. In all 3, the suspect was driving an ATV 4-wheeler. The hit and run was at a residence on Anthony Street at roughly 5:45 in the afternoon. An 80-year-old resident was setting up a Donald Trump support signs in his yard. According to the police, the driver had pulled out the signs, and when the resident tried to put them back, the driver came back into the yard and ran the resident over. The resident.
I mean, yeah, that's what, the tolerant left.
I know it's such a libtard thing to do because look at what after the attempted assassination and going on with Trump and stuff. There were no riots on the street. There was no violence against liberals or anything like that from the conservative side. But you just see the opposite from the liberals. Liberals are saying they wish that the shooter wouldn't have missed.
Right.
And then there are also stuff like this happening. Burning down streets for BLM, things like that. It's just violent, very violent people. and even right now with Joe Biden and all this suspicion of him not even being alive right now, you have a lot of people more on the right side who are like, oh, well, I hope he's okay. Nobody wanted to see something like that happen, even if you don't like him. So yeah, it's just you have just completely morally devoid people on the left.
You know what, Melanie, I have an update to this story for you and our wonderful viewers. It's a bigly update. Sometimes karma is real. Sometimes the trash takes itself out, because I can now confirm that someone just called the police saying they wanted to confess to a crime involving the ATV and needed someone to pick them up. The police arrived and found the 22-year-old dead.
He unalived himself?
That's correct.
Oh my goodness.
My guess is they had a moment of clarity after literally they probably thought, oh my God, haha, it was funny when I was just pulling out Trump signs. But then he probably thought, I think I might have taken the life of this old man. I assume, okay, I hope that he didn't mean to run over the old guy.
Right.
I'm hoping, but generally on an ATV, you just let go of the throttle. It's not, it's not like it's a big rig that has to skid or a freight train that's skid for a super long time.
Yeah.
But yeah, in cooperation with Hancock City Police, deputies responded to an address on Sampson Street in Quincy, TWP. I don't know. I don't know what that means. Quincy Twip? I don't know.
I don't know.
The Hancock City Police received a message from an individual at the address who had stated that they wanted to confess to a crime involving an ATV driver within the last 24 hours and further to send someone to pick me up. Officers and deputies arrived on the scene and discovered the 22-year-old male suspect on the scene. Male individual was found expired. Deputies obtained a search warrant of the residence and recovered several electronic devices, which will be searched for forensic specialists. Additional evidence was located, including the four-wheeler used during the incident in the city, as well as clothing the suspect had been wearing during the original incident. The crimes reported, I guess sometimes the trash takes itself out.
Yeah, looks like that's the case.
Yeah.
That's the thing is have your meltdown on Twitter or something. Don't run people over.
And don't ruin your life.
I know.
These people don't care about you. Look, I'm going to vote for Donald Trump, but I don't think Donald Trump thinks about me every day. I don't think I know that Donald Trump probably wouldn't go to jail to defend me.
Right.
Certainly Joe Biden wouldn't, or his corpse or whatever.
Right.
But this is insanity. If only they had just posted a no ATVing sign, or made ATVing illegal, then it could have.
Yeah, then this never would have happened.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We can't say too much about the suspect. It's probably a white boy.
I would say so. Riding an ATV. Yeah. I'm surprised they haven't showed us, pictures or anything. This is all kind of surprising. Even riding an ATV, you don't picture soy boys. You're really riding those usually, but.
Yeah, my guess is we're going to find out. Obviously, this is 100% speculation, just so everyone
You don't
knows.
need that.
Yeah.
You don't.
I wonder if we're going to
Why?
see this is some politician's kid, or there's something more to this. I don't think that driving around pulling out Trump signs, I think it's cringe. I think it's dumb, but I don't think this person is a complete lunatic. They probably thought this will stick it to him. His parents are probably big Trump people.
Right.
This does look like he has a weapon. I don't know. That's what it looks like, because he used it probably to,
That does look kind of like a machete or something.
yeah, or his arms extended. Looks like maybe he's got a weapon. I'm not sure, but this is the tolerant left. This is Kamala Harris, who's basically the acting president right now, right back out there using inflammatory language, talking about Trump's a criminal and an idiot. This guy, he's a useful idiot. He was probably in some Discord group where people are like, yeah, gassing him up. You know, some like soy woman was like, oh yeah, I'll totally make you my 700th partner if you go out and rip out signs. I think that's so. You're a real Chad. I bet you he'll look just like Lee Tardy Oswald. He'll look just like the Trump guy. That's just my suspicion. I mean, I can look. Based on how they're dressed, it looks like they might have long blonde hair. So it could be a woman.
It could be a troon.
Yeah. It could be. It could be that. Wow, that would be. That could also be. That could also be why they are not revealing the identity. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, that would explain a lot.
Yeah, that was you know, I'm not a big fan you know of insanity, but again, why let it ruin your life? You know, like these people don't care about you. Like, and they just, I don't like Joe Biden, but I'm not going to go to jail to like do something. Oh, TWP is township. Okay, my apologies. Yeah. So all this because of Trump sign. Now this kid's dead. Like,
goodness.
Was it worth it? Did you totally own Trump?
For real.
Yeah.
Same with like that dude that lit himself on fire. And,
right.
Yeah, it's like, okay, did you accomplish anything with that, dude? Nope.
Yeah, it sure doesn't seem like it, right? Like you didn't, you know,
You
nobody
didn't
even
free
remembers your
Palestine.
name. You didn't free Palestine. That's 100% true. Yeah. And then I also actually I thought we'd react to, before we get into like, you know, all the hard politics stuff. There is this clip going around of, you know, this kind of like heartbreaking story that Elon Musk talks about how he essentially got bullied into letting his kid transition. So for some context for people, Elon is very clearly very hurt by his kid transitioning. He feels duped by the system. One of the things the trans, you know, big trans tells parents with no scientific evidence backing it is that, well, if you don't do this, your kid is going to take an early exit from life. They would say, well, you know, if you don't let them do this, if you don't let them, you know, transition, they're going to do something to hurt themselves. So parents feel like, holy crap, like I have to allow this, like I have to do it. And then they do. And then based on all the data that we have now, it actually doesn't happen. Like it does not change the rate at which these people self-eliminate. It doesn't change literally anything. They still, and that's why we've seen Europe and other countries start to say, all right, you know, we're good on that. So I don't know if you saw this clip. Did you see this clip going around yesterday?
I did, yeah.
I thought I would share it because if you just watch Elon, like you can, I mean, this guy, there's a lot of pain in his eyes when he's telling the story.
It happened to one of my older boys, where I was essentially tricked into signing documents for one of my older boys, Xavier. This was before I had really any understanding of what was going on, and we had COVID going on, and so there was a lot of confusion. You know, I was told, oh, you know, Xavier might commit suicide if he
that was a lie right from the outset.
Incredibly evil, and I agree with you that the people that have been promoting this should go to prison. So I was tricked into doing this, you know, it wasn't explained to me that puberty blockers are actually just sterilization drugs. Anyway, and so I lost my son essentially. So you know, they call it dead naming for a reason.
Yeah.
All right. So the reason it's called dead naming is because your son is dead. So my son Xavier is dead, killed by the woke mind virus.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
I can't imagine what that would be like.
Yeah. So,
Numbers on that card. Don't use the text number.
Yeah, and there's lots of people in that situation.
Let him
now.
talk, George. Like the whole interview that they did, like
I
Gordon
know.
kept interrupting him. It's like he doesn't pick up Elon's cadence. It's like Elon's mind works differently. Like he's talking slow because his mind is going so quickly that
Right.
he has to like think about how he's going to say things because he can't actually like communicate at the rate at which his brain is like, you know, his brain is, going through. And, it adds a lot of context to like, I'm pretty sure that Elon blamed Twitter
Right.
for a lot of this stuff. And
Oh, and that did play a huge role because once they took, because used to a lot of these gender ideology people were on Tumblr, I believe, and then they started making changes on Tumblr, and a lot of them moved over to Twitter instead. And yeah, I think that there wouldn't be nearly as many kids pretending to be the opposite gender if it wasn't for social media and Twitter playing a huge role in that.
yeah, essentially, rewarding it in a way. There is a social currency to
Yep.
tuning out. There really is. Like you get a lot of
I mean, look at
attention,
Jazz Jennings. Oh, Jazz got his own show. Oh,
Yeah.
maybe if I do this, like I can be famous like Jazz and all that. And another sad thing about it too is what they were telling, these doctors were telling parents is, oh, puberty blockers are reversible. You can always go back if they change their mind. And that's not even true. You can't just experience puberty in the same way as you get older. And in this case, this was a boy. So he's not going to get, he's going to be stuck with like a micropene or something like that because of this.
Yeah, and like Elon, I think it's safe to say like he really obviously has a stake in this. I think there's something that lasts, and there's just like 30 seconds left here.
No,
Right.
it's not pretty, and lots of demolished kids.
yes.
Yeah, well,
So-
that's a good reason to be the final straw. All right, so let's.
So I vowed to destroy the woke mind virus after that,
One thing I would caution you though, whenever.
and we're making some progress.
I mean, like, damn, Elon,
I
like,
know, that
he
was
is-
like a mic drop moment.
yeah.
Yeah.
He's not kidding. He is 100% dead serious. Like I don't love the name woke mind virus, but it's what he uses. And
But it is though.
it is,
It
it's,
is. It
I
has
just feel like,
been. It's a contagion, like a mental, social contagion. It has been like brainwashing in a lot of ways too. We're at people's common sense that knows, okay, there's two genders. You cannot change your gender. There might be someone born with some deformities, and so their reproductive organs didn't develop as it was intended, but still there's two genders. And so we had people trying to brainwash us out of our own common sense. Oh, there's gender is a spectrum. Sex and gender are two different things. By the way, you can be this, whatever you're feeling at the time. Your gender is fluid and all of this stuff. So yeah, they absolutely have been brainwashing people with it, and especially children, because I mean, even look at adults and all of that. He got tricked into doing that to his son, and as embarrassing as it is, a lot were supporting this stuff. I was at one point, and so yeah, they definitely weaseled their way in with manipulating people, brainwashing people, and then the whole, oh, but don't you want to be accepting? Don't you want to love people? You're mean if you're not going to accept this person's reality. And yeah, it is a mind virus.
yeah, I'm sure his kid hates him now too, obviously.
I
because
know, and
part of
that's
it.
sad. That is so just devastating.
Yeah, that's definitely part of it. I think that Elon hates it so much that may have been the single issue that led him to buy Twitter. and he doesn't care about it ever making money because he's super rich anyway. He doesn't care. He's just like, I want to destroy it at its source, and so I'm going to buy Twitter to slow it down. I think, I think what he's saying is obviously it's heartbreaking because you mentioned earlier, Jazz Jennings. I mean, look what they did to that kid.
Yep.
That kid is probably not going to, I will say, probably not going to pass away of old age. There's all sorts of problems.
He's a basket case. So not only all of the problems with his body that they mutilated and ruined, and that Frankenstein gina that they created, that they have been very open about. Oh yeah, we messed this up. Well, we didn't have enough tissue to work with, this, that, and the other, and so that has just been a nightmare in itself. But then also Jazz's emotional state is not good. He's gained all this weight, got depressed, saying, I don't even feel like myself anymore. And while his mom is gaslighting him, oh, that's normal. Oh, no, I get it. I've felt the same way before, when that's not even the case. It's just you cannot relate to what you put your kid through.
His parents made him get a Frankenhole.
Yep.
And told him that he would be just like any other girl.
And I want to say he was only 17 as well.
He was young. Yeah.
I don't think he was even 18. And so that was just a flat out lie that they tried to tell us that, oh, no, we weren't doing surgeries on anyone under 18. They were. Little girls as young as 11 years old with their parents' consent could get their breast tissue removed. And they were performing these surgeries on children.
Yeah, and this dude's got a rot pocket now.
Yep.
And like he's got to put a what do they call it? Like
a dilator.
Yeah, you gotta cram this thing upside you so it stays open, because your body sees it as a wound. It's not supposed to be there.
Yeah.
I imagine that just about anybody would have mental problems when, especially this kid's parents, when this kid finally, hopefully they can try. There are people who have detransitioned, and, obviously with Jazz, there's a lot of damage that will never be repaired.
Yeah.
But if they can at least get right in the head, hopefully they can become advocates for the real side effects, the real problem, because I predicted this, I'm sure you did too, for a very long time. I have been saying there will be a reckoning with all these surgeries and puberty blockers. You're going to start to see all these clinics quietly close. We're already starting to see lawsuits. You're going to see more lawsuits because these kids are going to grow up and say, well, it was just a phase and my parents signed off on this thing and the doctor told me, chop off a big piece of my thigh and make it look like a Pillsbury dough canister. I mean, if you ever see the pictures of how they make this thing, it looks like a medical experiment done in Nazi Germany.
It does.
Like, I don't know what that thing is, but I can't imagine being a biological woman and having them take their pants off, and it literally looks like a can of Celsius, but flesh colored. It's very
Stitches
weird.
And yeah.
I've never seen one once it's healed, obviously, but I see the pictures of how they make it. It is absolutely disgusting. Yeah.
That's the thing, is someone like Jazz in his position now too is he's stuck in a bad place, because now if he does want to say, hey, I want to go back to being a dude because that's what I am, then he's already put in a position to where he was supposed to be this advocate for transgender ideology.
They're
going to turn on him. He's going to lose all of his friends, all of his following, and
we know your numbers
that's
good
going to
because we've been
expose the
texting
fact
back
that
and forth.
his
So
parents
you should be good.
were
I would have told you, hey,
abusive
you're going
to
to
put
come
him
early.
through this. That's child abuse. So we can already see that that's the case. But him even saying, hey, you know what, this was a phase. I'm a dude, I'm a boy, and I'm supposed to be a man right now, so I'm going to do that. Then he is exposing his parents as abusers. So obviously he loves his family, so he's stuck in this bad position now where he has to just deal with all of this stuff. Otherwise, he's admitting that he was abused and he's losing everybody in his life.
Yeah, it's
A lot of
really
times,
sad.
I'm the only
Some,
one here too.
fan
And literally people
comments
at the
here.
door.
JR says Frankenstein, Gina, and Rod Pocket should be the new medical
that's
terms
cool.
for
Yeah.
transgenders.
Yeah.
Takatogi Road says, also it seems to me that Dems know
You
why
know
they
your
can't
login?
win, so they are unburdening themselves from
You wanna
Kamala
just
by
do it on your
allowing
phone,
her
or do you want to do
the
it-
spotlight. They don't want to waste the future of one of their key players.
I've
probably
wondered
true.
that because
We'll
if
reset
you
your
were to
password.
try to give somebody else this position to run for president, then their own followers are all going to say, you took the job away from a black woman. The black woman deserved it. So I almost wonder if this was their, okay, let's just put her in right now, take the L this time, and then we can already move forward from this because we tried type things.
Yeah, exactly. And just for if you're one of the 4,500 people tuning in right now, we appreciate you tuning in. I just want to keep everyone updated. The Super Chat and Rumble Rant policies, all rants and chats over $10 will be guaranteed read. Anything over $20 will be read at the time it comes in. I'll do the best to read everything else. Trying to be able to cover more news in the 2-hour window. And I hope that improves the show for everyone watching. Eric John, pizza artist, says people in the creator space gave Jeremy no quartering. And Fuck says, here's some money for your anti-pushover meds. Yeah, I needed. All I needed was some alcohol. That's pretty cheap, actually. And Sir Thomas Drake says, D-trans guy from the UK, Richie Heron, said that he's not trans or D-trans or even cis. He's now just a castrated man. Saddest thing I've ever read. Yeah, but it's also the truest thing you've read about it. You know, that's what it is. You're just
It
castrated.
is.
Yeah.
That's exactly it.
Now I want to talk a little bit about my co-host, who is Melanie Mack. She's with me every Tuesday and Thursday, and you can find her Rumble channel, which is just 100 follows under 11,000 right now. So if you're enjoying Melanie's coverage, please do follow her channel. It's linked in the comments section down below. I'll also put it in the Rumble chat. Go follow her. Let's get her to 11,000. She is with me on Tuesdays and Thursdays at this time, and also live on her channels at 9 p.m. Eastern on Thursday nights. And you can also find her YouTube channel, if you're a YouTube viewer, at Melanie Mack Go Boom, also linked in the description. And one last thing before we get to the Secret Service stuff. My company, Coffee Brand Coffee, has released our summer lineup. Fresh roasted, ultra small batch, limited time only, summer flavors, blackberry cream, hazelnut churro, orange creamsicle, and s'mores, all available in whole bean and ground for a limited time only. Promo code SUMMER, and you'll save 15% too. So give it a try. We also have non-flavored. We also have K-Cups. We also have decaf, double calf, all that kind of stuff. So check out coffeebrandcoffee.com. I'd love to get to an era where just, super chats, rumble rants, and our own various endeavors. Maybe you'll start some sort of meat company or something like that. We could, butter, and we can just push our own products. I'm going to try to do less ad reads and more of that. Okay, so here is an interesting piece of information that came out about the Trump assassination that I wanted to share with folks. Whistleblowers now tell Josh Hawley that law enforcement personnel were in fact stationed on the roof the day of the Trump rally, but abandoned it, citing the heat. They
my
also
goodness.
They also say law enforcement was supposed to be patrolling the building, but opted to stay in the air conditioning instead. Now, before we read his letter, I want to point out,
just one of the most important jobs for the country right now. And I want to be in the air conditioning.
Yeah, any military person can sit out in the freaking desert in Afghanistan for 24 hours a day with no break, and you can't stay out there for 3 hours. I want to point out that even if that were true, I don't know what the temperature was that day, but it wasn't 120. I can tell you that.
Right.
You could have been on a rotation. If the heat is that bad, you could have swapped somebody in and out every 30 minutes, every hour. You could have put an awning up there. What's wrong with
the
that?
heat wasn't too bad for the shooter to be laying
Yeah,
up.
you're right.
Well, some of them
The
will
shooter was
require
totally fine
transportation,
wearing
but
pants
that's-
too.
I know.
As far as driving as part of the job,
I think
there's anything
whoever it
about
was that left their post, I need to know their name. They
What's
should
your
be
last four?
prosecuted.
Yep.
I believe even though Kimberly Cheadle stepped down today, she should be prosecuted. We should not allow her just quitting her job and getting her
None of
golden
application.
parachute of like $5 million severance pay or whatever it is. That cannot happen. Alejandro Mayorkas should be fired immediately. That is who her boss is. He's with Homeland Security. And again, I am very suspect of the person that said, it's too hot.
Have you update your old stuff?
They didn't bring up an umbrella. They didn't bring up air conditioner. They didn't bring up a fan. They didn't bring up a tent. Any one of these things they could have done, and they didn't do it. Instead, milled around in the building and let the shooter walk right up, climb the building over their heads, and almost take the life of Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane. Dr. Mayor, or Secretary Mayorkas, this is a letter from Josh Hawley.
What is it?
Since my last correspondence with you on July 19th, additional whistleblowers have contacted my office with troubling information about the assassination attempt about former President Donald Trump. Contrary to Director Cheadle's public statements about the quote, safety of the sloped roof of the American Glass Research Building,
3891.
one whistleblower with direct knowledge of Secret
What's
Service
your-
planning for the event, so this is probably a Secret Service agent,
Mm-hmm.
claims that there was at least one individual that was specifically assigned to that roof for the duration of the rally, but this person abandoned his or her post due to hot weather. The whistleblower further alleges that concerns over the heat prompted law enforcement to forego even patrolling the building, instead to station themselves inside in the air conditioning. Every single person in that building should be fired immediately.
Oh, yeah.
And have a fine tooth comb up their ass legally. I want to see what's on all their cell phones. I want to know if they're using any encrypted chat. I want to know if they had any connection to the shooter. I want to know if they've met with other FBI agents. I want to know literally everything of everybody in that building. The person that got down, who
Type in
allowed
your
them to get
email
down,
there.
who's their boss, who okayed that. I want the same treatment for them. Should be immediately fired and investigated. This is bananas. I mean, everyone knew.
It is.
Everyone looked at that and knew that.
All right, just give me a second.
There should have been someone on that building.
Yeah, it's just
Like-
excuse after excuse that
Oh,
they
man.
keep throwing at us. First, it was, someone did go up there, but then he pointed the gun at him, and then he turned around, and so he didn't want to get shot, which I'm not buying that story either. And now it's too hot, and but it was sloped, it was difficult. There was a cow that got up there the next day, so it's like,
Yeah.
it's just a whole lot of excuses, and nothing is really making a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, it's 100% in my opinion.
I told you
that
to wait
they
a
were
minute.
told
What
to
was that?
stand down. I mean, I can't
Mhm.
prove that, but I mean,
Right.
I can't imagine approving. Like, let's
Just
say
wait out
someone's
there
like,
for a
"Man,
minute.
it's kind of
I'll be
hot
right
up
there."
here." I have like the most important high ground position protecting the
Yeah.
president, but can I just chill down there with y'all in the air conditioning? Like, whoever approved that, jail. Whoever got
Yep.
down off their post, jail.
Yep.
Everyone who stood in that building instead of patrolling, jail. Because I don't know if I'll ever be able to prove it, but I believe that they all knew. And they let that guy walk up there and they let him shoot.
I think so too, because then the witness testimonies, all of that, where they're trying to get the police's attention and say, somebody's up there. And according to those witness testimonies, nobody did go up there and check. So
Yeah. And I don't
yeah.
know that it wasn't too hot for the 25,000 Trump fans that were out there.
Yep.
It wasn't too hot for Donald Trump in
Exactly.
a full suit to be out there.
Yep.
It wasn't too hot for all these other people to be out there. It's absolute nonsense. By the way, shout out to the king of Biltong. Good afternoon from Anton's Meat and Eat. Free shipping for your Biltong using code quartering on Biltong USA and AntonsUSA.com. Use quartering 10 for 10% off if you already qualify for free shipping. That's a good deal on some Biltong. The Secret Service. So then this broad.
Also, do they always have those body cams?
I would assume so.
So why has that footage not been watched, or where we can see how they responded whenever the witnesses were telling them, hey, somebody's on the roof? Or that one guy who claimed that he did go up on the roof and that he
Should be
just
footage of
aimed at
that.
him? Then why are we not seeing footage?
Yeah, there absolutely positively should be footage of that, I would think. I think, without a doubt, there should be footage of that. There should be very clear footage of the Trump shooter turning around and pointing a gun at this
But he's
guy.
on the roof? Or
That's what he said, right?
Yep,
He said,
yep.
hey, I jumped up there. I did my job. I jumped up there, and then he pointed a gun at me, and I didn't want to die, so I got down. By the way, if that's how it bared out, and like he picked up a radio immediately when he got down, it was like, fine. That's fine. I mean, what is getting shot in the face going to do?
Exactly.
That's fine. The biggest question is, and there's all this like, oh, was there a second shooter, this, that, and the other thing. I do not care. I don't care if there were 50. Why was Trump allowed on stage? Why?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why would, on what planet is he allowed to go out on stage after a threat had been identified?
Mm-hmm.
That is the question I want answered before how many shooters there were, what kind of gun he had. I don't give a shit. I don't care if the FBI helped him right now. I want to know, at what point you say, okay, like I was in the room with Lauren Boebert. I did a show with Lauren Boebert on Tuesday. Beautiful woman, smart, passionate, very kind. And I asked her directly, like, how is there not like a panic button or like a code banana? Like,
Just get that
there's
phone going automatically by your address.
At any moment, they rip this dude off the stage. Like, at any moment. Why is there not like a code, code yellow? It's just done. You go up, you get them, that's it. And you had identified this threat a dozen times before he even went up on stage. So answer me those questions, and I don't care about her. This Kimberly Cheadle chick, she's going to get a $5 million severance payout, and she's going to walk away. Like, I don't think she's going to get, I don't know, that number, but like, I thought Cheadle's first name was Patsy. Yeah, she's the Patsy.
Mm.
She didn't even want to step down. She stepped down. But like, if they don't pressure this and they don't file criminal charges, I don't believe, like, it's not over for me. It's not over for me.
No. This is, and it's bad enough, all the DEI stuff going on and everything, in Tractor Supply store or movies or entertainment, but especially when it comes to a job like this where you've got to protect a former president and could be next president, something that huge. This ain't something you play around with DEI hires. I mean, we've seen how that's played out with a ton of stuff. I mean, the submarine incident and so on and so forth. It's like when people's lives are at stake, that is not the time to be hiring somebody based on their gender or their skin color. That's where you need to hire somebody who can actually do the job the best.
If you watch the video of Secret Service pulling Reagan off the stage, it took them about 30 seconds to pull him off stage. By the way, the president's feet are not supposed to even touch the ground, from what I understand, after he's shot. What did they do? They let Trump stand back up in harm's way, unprotected. Like,
wow.
I'm willing to accept that it was that bad that they didn't want to give the guy a second shot. All right. Sure looks that way to me.
Right.
That's why the rule is that you pick him up and then you have people on both sides and you whisk him out of there. That's what they did with Ronald Reagan. And it took about 30 seconds. Trump was up there for like a couple minutes. They let him talk to the microphone again.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? And they had no proof that the threat was even neutralized. So they let him stand back up so the guy could get another shot at him. And they're damn lucky he didn't, because he was uncovered. He was just standing there like a sitting duck, like, hey, fight, 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 like completely exposed.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Reagan wasn't on stage. Well, okay, but you get what I'm saying. Like, how they took Reagan off was like instant. That's what happens when you have combat veterans doing it versus whoever these people are, I guess.
Oh yeah, big difference. And that one lady up in the front wasn't even tall enough to even be doing anything. How she stands in front of them, even when she was more proactive than the other lady who was hiding in the back crying.
Yeah.
She's still, it's like that height difference made no difference, her even being there.
Yeah, from a tactical perspective, you wouldn't have even put that person in that spot. You know, like you just wouldn't have. It wouldn't have been like, you know, you could have been like, hey, you can do Secret Service detail. There's lots of jobs on the Secret Service that don't involve being a human shield.
Right.
Like that is literally part of their job, is in the 0.001, percent chance of something like this happens. You have that team of people that it's literally their job to take a bullet. Just don't have her on that team.
Yeah.
I'm not all about this, ban women from the Secret Service stuff. But I'm saying, like, if you're not big enough, then a short man should have received the same criticism.
Exactly. That too. Exactly. Yeah. So it's not just a matter of wanting to hate on someone because she's a woman. It's just she isn't physically qualified for the job.
Yeah. Casey Gates in the locals chat says, I have substantial security background from both military and civilian. I ran major nightclubs in Santa Barbara for over a decade. Telling you right now, I would have had Trump off that stage 20 seconds by myself. Yeah, I mean, they were just standing around him. Like, it's crazy to me how that shook out. Like, it was hard to imagine that being like a real thing that I was watching with my eyeballs.
Yep.
It was. You must have some level of rot from the top down that I can't even really describe. These people suck at their job.
Yeah.
Their training sucks. Their bosses suck. Are there people there? I mean, there are still people that stood in front of Trump and were willing to give their life for him. I'm not trying to say like everybody in the Secret Service sucks.
Right.
They did a great job at the RNC. You didn't hear anything about anything going on there.
Mm-hmm.
But they looked very bad that day. And it's not just the one stage. It's the entire Secret Service that let a big slice of pie be chopped out of the secure zone. You mean to tell me that the Secret Service thought, hey, that building's 100 yards away. That's well within the range of the most popular rifle in the United States. We probably shouldn't protect it.
Yeah.
Like, nobody thought it was weird that there was nobody doing that. And then Kimberly Cheadle's like, man, we have. Obviously, you didn't.
For it to freeze.
Oh,
you're like, nah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she was, she should be in prison.
Yeah.
And if this limp-wristed administration doesn't, push for that, I don't know what else I can say. Like, I don't know what else is a fair punishment.
Mm-hmm.
It's all insane to me that this is even allowed. Speaking of, got a big story that I know you're gonna like.
Yeah.
This is right up your alley.
Mm-hmm.
So, Mr. Beast.
I feel so vindicated because I've already been saying like, hey, I don't get all this hype from Mr. Beast and all this stuff. Him saying you want to be president, this, that, and the other. So dumb. I called him out too because he's saying he wants to be president days before the assassination attempt happens.
Yeah.
Then he stays silent. Why didn't he say anything? It's like nothing at all. He didn't have to say he supported Trump, but how do you go from one day saying you want to be president to okay, once something crazy, once crap hits the fan, you stay completely quiet?
Well, he could have very easily at least just made a joke like, on second thought.
I know, or maybe I don't want to be president, but
yeah,
he's just completely quiet. His credibility was already lost with the fact that he was supporting Chris Tyson after he already came out as a woman and then left, abandoned his family and all that, for him to still be supporting the guy, still having him on the show, all that kind of stuff was already bad enough. But yeah, but now all this coming out, and apparently he knew, allegedly.
Many people who are close to this situation. Okay, so if people don't know, Mr. Beast, easily the biggest creator in the world, with most of his audience being kids. And I'm not going to pretend like adults don't watch him, but it's probably somewhere like 80% or more. There's absolutely nothing wrong with his content, I don't think. And, you know, it's not for me. I've probably seen 2 Mr. Beast videos. I admit I watched the Squid Games one he did. That might have been it. Or the Willy Wonka, the Chocolate Factory one I think I watched. But anyway, he has a partner on the show whose name was Chris Tyson. This individual has a long and interesting history. It's funny, Chris has like 2 main co-hosts. One of them has a Bible verse channel.
Yeah.
And the other one is Chris Tyson, who now changed their name to Ava. And all these messages are coming out where I will say, at least based on the messages, they are at minimum inappropriate.
Right.
You know, they are inappropriate. I won't go as so far as to saying like with Doc, they were like he was sexting.
Right.
I haven't seen that. I've seen inappropriate messages. I've seen him calling a 13-year-old dad or daddy.
Right, and posting kissy emote faces to a 13-year-old. That's definitely not appropriate.
Yeah, and I would say that, you know, Mr. Beast sidekick posting artwork from disgraced artists known for animated CP. I don't even want to go down that article. You know, this is a guy that this is not a new thing about him. Here,
right.
Mr. Beast sidekick social media history under scrutiny following gender transition, where he talked about entitled feminists are getting on my nerves. Seriously, just stop being cunts. It's not that hard. This, that, and the other thing. Like, this individual is, you know, he also tweeted, nothing gets my knob cranking like some LOLI, which is essentially, many people believe, okay, that it is no different than CP. The people who say it is say, oh, it's a 400-year-old demon, and they're
right.
not
They
really.
give a fake age. Now, when I used to, because of everybody defending that, I used to think that meant, oh, are they just drawing women that are more petite and don't have big curves and stuff? No, they actually are drawing them to look like children. And and it's like they draw them to physically look like a child, like a little bitty 12-year-old or something. And they say, oh, because of the lore, she's actually a vampire, so she's 1,000 years old. Stuff like that's their little loophole to
they're still
for their
prepubescent.
perversion. Yeah, exactly. It's disgusting.
Yeah, I've always
skip that part.
Kept a precarious position on
I don't
this.
even know why
where,
I asked for it, because that info goes
I
in
think it's at
automatically
least
whenever you-
CP adjacent. I
Right.
would also argue that
goes by your address.
you know, people that watch that, there's probably a big crossover on the Venn diagram of people
Yep.
that also watch. Are there probably some quote unquote just weirdos that aren't into kids into it? Yes, I'm sure. But I think, like, you know, out of abundance of caution, I would just maybe find something else to crank my knob to, as Chris Tyson has said. Now this is a big deal because this guy has an audience of like 500 million kids or whatever it is. It's now coming out that there's not one, but at least 2, maybe 3 people that he was talking to when he was in his 20s. Here you go, Chris Tyson, an employee of Mr. Beast. By the way, Mr. Beast has on multiple occasions defended him.
Yep.
I guess similar to Bronies is, I guess in terms of like being socially outcast, but I don't think that there's a like a fetish side of bronies, but I guess I don't know.
There kind of
I've never
is.
met one. Oh, is there? Okay, I've never met a brony.
I mean, yeah.
Are they
they're-
like getting it on and like in suits or
They're
whatever? Is
actually,
that?
I don't know the
This is part
whole
just one that needs
context
to be done,
of
it'll
that,
tell
but
you.
I do know there's some really weird bronies that do have like that whole fetish stuff
Okay.
and
All right, so
drawings
then, yeah.
and yeah,
It's a little dicey.
It's
Okay.
kind of like furries, where okay, technically not all of them are into it for that, but there's definitely a lot of them who are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Still got felt the time.
Well, Chris Tyson, employee of Mr. Beast, who's best known
Wait,
for
we got
being
proof that
trans
we offered it, but,
and
you know,
buying Lolly
I
from
wouldn't buy it
Shadman,
either if
who
I-
creates that's a
No, it's not worth it.
one of those
Mhm.
artists that draws that stuff, has now been caught sending spicy messages to a different 14-year-old.
So that's the thing, because the first 13 or 14-year-old was saying, by the way, he did nothing wrong, nothing happened. For the way that he's saying it sounds like a script. It sounds like, okay, Mr. Beast or Chris reached out, offered him some money, some hush money, and that's what it sounds like. So the fact that there is a second 14-year-old in this case, it's definitely not looking good for Chris.
Yeah, here you have Chris. It looks very real. It says, again, he calls this kid, it says, thanks, Dad,
You can skip that
LOL.
for now if you want.
Let's see this.
That's it.
So it's obviously Ava, Chris Tyson. Goes back to the messages. They sent something here that says, keep it a secret, though. Wait, I know you heard about my bathwater prank. I don't know. It says, now crazy it's gone, but my stock is actually sold out at the moment. Oh, bathwater. He's selling bathwater. Rather than bringing it back, I'm looking to bottle a whole bath on video into a giant tub and ship it to whoever buys it for
Put your shift preference on
$20,000.
there.
I just wanted to reach out in advance because I know that costs are
I'm doing these from yesterday.
just to give you a heads
So I'll
up,
do
let me
yours
know if
probably
there's
tomorrow.
something that might be
But,
interesting to
I'll
him.
get that
What?
done
Oh, that's from Belle. Oh, that's from Belle Delphine.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. So he's showing.
He sent it.
him
He's
that.
showing him Belle Delphine's DM. So it looks like
Right.
Well, I mean, we do have to buttons and
mine's
stuff like
better.
that.
Let's see here.
Next day page.
I don't know what's going on in that picture. I'll email you my PC. LOL.
She's looking for championship people.
I'm not
for,
seeing anything like.
gift
I
I
mean,
think there was
transportation
kiss
for,
emojis somewhere
Honey
on this.
Bacon.
Maybe it was a different.
yeah.
It's
There it is, the kiss
Oh, there's kiss
emojis.
emojis. Yeah.
It's
Yeah, there's kiss
seasonal, but it's
emojis. They're
full
from
time.
Chris, and it says.
And then
"Of
he
course,
calls
Dad."
him dad. Yeah, that's just really weird. I think it's already weird
I think it's
in
17.
general
That's
that
correct. She's the
a
one who does that,
grown
yeah.
man in his 20s is having Snapchat conversations with a 14-year-old in general. That should not be a
By
thing.
the way, yeah, this was 2019. This isn't 100 years ago. It's newer than the Dr.
Right.
Disrespect stuff. And that is Chris would have been in his 20s here.
Yeah.
Sending this to a
That's-
14-year-old.
Yeah. And Snapchat, too. The thing is, a lot of people use Snapchat because, unless in this case, the kids saved the conversation.
always do,
But if
yeah.
they don't save the conversation, it disappears. And
Right.
that's why a lot of people like Snapchat, because they want to be able to send nudies or they want to be able to send spicy messages, and that'll go away right afterwards.
Remember the moment? Did you ever see the moment? Not to interrupt, sorry. There was a famous moment where Chris D'Elia found out on real time that people record Snapchat messages.
Uh-huh.
So Chris D'Elia, it's the second thing. Yeah, there's Chris D'Elia. This is how he got caught, because Chris D'Elia was
Oh.
sending images to, like, I'm guessing he was never criminally charged, so people were
Right.
maybe 17 going on 18, but he's also married. Watch this.
Oh.
Chat. Okay, so this woman is a teacher. She taught in a middle school and a high school. She was recently charged for sending one of her former students nudes through Snapchat. She was also Miss Kentucky at one point.
Nice.
And her excuse was that she was trying to send a nude photo of her through Snapchat to her husband, but accidentally
Wow.
one of her students.
Happens
and
to
when
me all
he
the time.
responded, and sent him more.
No, she's full of shit. Obviously, be better at lying, but also she deserved to go to prison for 2 years
no, of
for sending a
course
teenage boy tits.
But how old was she? Said him more?
Well, he's in
15.
high 15.
And
Oh,
she
that
was
kid's probably
29.
damaged for the rest of his life. Or he has jacking material for
more?
Yes, but here's the thing: she
There's
said
always guys who say
Why
stuff
does
like,
she have her students Snapchat?
Yeah, well, that's weird. Yeah.
Let me see her body. Dude, if I'm 15
That's amazing.
and this history teacher,
By the way, what he's saying here is degenerate and wrong.
Yep. There's always got to be that guy.
This is why, this is what Bappa here is saying is degenerate, and it's the equivalent of South Park saying nice. No,
Yeah.
she's a predator and she deserves to go to jail. Leave the kids alone. She has a sick problem, and she is a child predator. Period. It's not nice.
send you those tits.
Yeah.
You'd be
It's
stoked.
very strange to me, though.
It's an odd
It's such
thing.
a weird thing to do.
Wait,
It's
hold on. Wait, she won an
Here it
award?
comes.
Strong
Here it
core.
comes.
She was
She has a strong core.
2014 Miss Kentucky.
That's a strong
Wow.
core.
Kentucky, not exactly that
All right.
competitive.
All right, man. You said that
I know.
3 times.
Yeah, no, I heard you the 7th time and I've ignored it.
It's just a strong core.
Very
Okay,
SpongeBob-ish.
But hold on a second.
Wait for it.
How did it come out? Like, how did they
The
Parents.
boy's mother ended up finding it.
Fucking
finding it?
haters.
What do you mean?
Oh.
Snapchat goes away, right? How they?
He probably saved it. You can screen record, take screenshots.
You got to know that that's going to
face.
happen.
Is that eyebrow right there?
Oh.
Yeah, it says teen's parent reportedly found the photos on his phone, which he saved from Snapchat. Also, mom, quit being a cockblock. Who knows where?
Also not cool. Yeah, so like this is the moment that, and then like
That guy- Oh shoot.
yeah, you can literally see how he disengages from the conversations as
Yep.
the gears start turning in his head. Chris kept saying 2 years, like he's contemplating how much time he could get. I mean, like this is best stomach drop ever caught on video.
Oh my goodness.
You could see how the vibe totally changed. He freaks out, starts babbling to cover his freak out. Yeah, truly one of the most incredible video clips because that's how he got caught.
Oh, you don't
My
feel that.
goodness.
Yeah, he was gooning on like girls, and then people put those messages out, and it's like, "Oops," as Chris used to say.
Well, that's the thing is I'm thinking, even in this case where we're seeing this dude message this young boy, my nephew, he's like 2 right now, but if he's like 14 years old, 13 years old, and I find out that, oh, you're talking to some guy on Snapchat who's 25 years old, I would, even if I didn't see anything like that, I would be like, wait a minute,
Yeah.
this is not good. I don't like this. There is no situation where some 25-year-old needs to be texting 14-year-old boys regularly. Like this, it's just weird. It's just weird. It's one thing if it's like, okay, here's a family friend.
Yeah,
and,
yeah. Your
you know,
uncle or
something
something.
once in a while. Yeah, you're related or something like that. But just some, especially if it was somebody who was a fan and they became friends or something. It's like
Yeah.
learn boundaries as an adult to be talking to children.
All very weird, Melanie.
Yeah.
And you know what? Like, I would argue that in this particular case, the messages that we've seen here, the conversations in and of themselves, relatively benign.
Right.
The kissy faces, obviously, he's grooming them. He's
Yep.
giving them attention.
Yep.
He's and again, like I will always say, and I said this about Doc too. These are not against the law, from
Right.
what I can tell. It's very uncomfortable. It's very creepy. I will also tell you that there will probably be dozens more.
Yep.
There will be dozens more, and by the end of the week, Mr. Beast will have to terminate him. There is just
He's
no.
gonna have to. He's been defending him so much, but like, some people are really frustrated about this. People in the trans community, because they're like, "Oh, look at this! This is gonna set us back 20
The
years."
trans
and so on
community
and
was
so
mad.
forth.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were. But here's the thing, though: is let's not pretend.
you're rolling up, Uber black Cadillac, high heel boots and a sexy body full of tats. Baby's bad, oh baby's hella bad. After her there ain't no coming back. Wanna take a run at that. I think she's feeling me, turn it up a few degrees. My imagination of her body gets the best of me. Oh gosh, she's such a tease, bitten lips, bruised knees. I'm addicted to her, need her touching me. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, got some egos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space, coming closer for a taste. And I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on a tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine. Got a fine little body and her mind's kinda naughty. They say that once you taste it, you cannot replace it. She could get you high, all the dopamine inside triggers fast once she's naked. Her body's a creation. They say the devil made her for his entertainment, but even he couldn't learn how to contain it. Her high heels make a damn good statement. There is no replacement, a body by Satan. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, got some egos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space, coming closer for a taste. And I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on a tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine.